Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 1, Reborn as a Tree. Late in the night. It was pitch dark, nothing seemed to be visible. Be that as it may, the depths of the mountains were anything but asleep. Howls and growls of beasts were echoing across the forest. The trees were shaking involuntarily as the leaves fell in a disorderly and rustling manner. And right at this instant, a soft and gentle glow faintly shimmered in the depths of the mountains, illuminating the forest. Upon a closer look, it was actually a weak and feeble branch, tender and green, its leaves as shiny and lustrous as a jade. Bit by bit, a warm and gentle shimmer was constantly pulsating from it. "This is my cheat?" Suddenly, a murmur rang in the forest. It was as soft as someone speaking in the ear. Only the speaker could hear it, no one else. In the darkness, there was only a slight tremor of the air. Wuxia? A transmigrator who blacked out just because he choked on a mouthful of water. But when he came to his senses, he was terribly shocked to find that he had turned into a tree. Yes, a tree. And a willow tree at that. Its branches were hanging down like a waterfall. When he took a closer look, he found that its crown was wide and spread out, its trunk charcoal black and its bark irregularly cracked. By all accounts, it was a weeping willow with high ornamental value. Certainly, it had quite a high ornamental value, but weeping willow could be found just about everywhere. Furthermore, it was commonly used as roadside trees. As for the fact that he had transmigrated and reincarnated into a tree for that matter, Wuxia did not care that much about it. He just found it a little strange, as if something that was happening very far away from him had suddenly happened right under his nose. Some people might call it unscientific. Actually, it was unscientific, plain and simple. However, Wuxia's easygoing nature definitely did not mean he was unconcerned. The fact that he could survive till now was already a matter to rejoice. How dare he ask for more? Furthermore, he still had pretty good cheats. As he changed his sight, he saw a soft willow radiating a greenish hue gently swaying in the cover of the night. This was one of the 50 branches he currently possessed. This branch was glowing only because Wuxia had spent 0.1 evolution points on this branch. Status, Wuxia murmured again, and the next moment, a translucent blue screen appeared out of thin air before Wuxia's eyes, which only he could see. Status. Race, Mutant Weeping Willow. Life, 0, 4/20 years. Evolution points, 0. 2, can be obtained by absorbing unknown energy and refining under the sunlight, or by preying on other animals, even plants, and extracting from them. Unique abilities, a mutated branch. Mutated? Reading the contents of the status screen, Wuxia softly murmured again. Immediately he focused his attention on the glowing branch. At this moment, the glow of that branch was already hardly noticeable. Its upgrade should be ending already. At this instant, Wuxia had a very peculiar feeling. As if he could voluntarily control this branch. Yes, voluntarily controlled. Before, although he had turned into a tree, his body was not under his control. It was only when a gust of wind passed by that his hanging branch would gently dance along the wind. Be that as it may, it was very normal. After all, a willow tree was a plant, it was not an animal. Except, Wuxia had this strange feeling at this moment. He felt as if this branch had turned into his arm. With a flicker of thought, this branch swayed slightly. Then Wuxia issued another command and it swayed again. It even formed a circle like a nimble green snake. Interesting. Wuxia became a little excited after the first attempt. He could indeed control it. Furthermore, he did not know whether it was an illusion or something else, but a feeling had started making its way into his mind. He felt that he could do more than this. For instance, he could fiercely in the air like a whip as he did now. Snap. As if the air had exploded, a crisp snapping sound suddenly reverberated across the night sky. Immediately afterward, a white shockwave also cut through the night sky, much to Wuxia's shock and surprise. The shockwave was not that big, just 2 meters wide. Be that as it may, the thing to be surprised about was the thing that left the shockwave happened to be his branch. In other words, when he fiercely swung his branch, it actually created a shockwave. So powerful. If Wuxia still had a human body, he would have definitely propped up his chin in contemplation. If it hits a human, it might end up killing him. Scratch that, it would definitely kill him. After giving it another thought, Wuxia was a little certain of this. After all, the might of this whip was not just limited to tearing the skin apart. In any case, it had also created a sonic boom. Sonic boom, it was not an unfamiliar term to Wuxia. Even a human holding a 10 or so meter long whip could create a sonic boom. A whip would make a snapping sound when it was swung at high speed. This phenomena was scientifically explained about 100 years ago in his previous life. When a whip was fiercely swung, the force would travel along the whip until it reached its tip, at which point, the whip would also be pulled to its maximum speed, until it breaks the sound barrier. Then, when it travels through the air, it would produce a short but extremely short clapping sound. And this clap was known as the sonic boom. Sullivan, we are trying to catch up with the manhwa. The chapters per week might vary. For now we aim to post 10 chapters per week. We'll reduce overtime cause of the cost. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 2, Evolution Points. So to say, I got some lethality and I'm not weak either. Wuxia became a little emotional, gazing at the 2 to 3 meters green branch wantonly swaying in the night sky. After having become a tree, he originally thought that he would remain on the other end of the beating stick for his life, enduring everything. He never imagined that he would be given a stick to fight back in just a matter of a few days. Wuxia broke into an amused laughter as if he was looking at something very funny. How about that? You buzzing, annoying fuckers. Come near me now, I'll sweat every single one of you. Over the past few days, Wuxia had had enough of those beasts. The place where Wuxia was located was a canyon, and there were many flowers around him. Whether they were fragrant or not, Wuxia basically had no idea. He did not exactly have a sense of smell anyway. In any case, there were many bees buzzing around the flowers during the day, which was quite annoying. As for this canyon, it was worth mentioning that it spanned over 100 meters, and its height should be hundreds of meters or maybe more than that. It seemed to be wedged between two mountains. As for its actual height, Wuxia had no clear estimate either. He himself was only 3-4 meters tall. And there were plenty of trees that were taller than him around him. He was simply unable to gauge the exact height of the canyon through the dense foliage blocking his sight. However, everything had a silver lining. His vision landed on the willow's canopies. Now he had a 360-degree vision. This feeling was very novel and strange, but it really existed. It was like some legendary eyes. And thanks to this vision, Wuxia's sight was not blocked by the dense foliage above him, and he could enjoy the scenery around him to his heart's content. Are these trees really able to grow this high? Looking around, Wuxia found that each and every single tree in the vicinity were so huge that they would need several people to finally hug them. He was quite puzzled by this fact. There were willow trees among them as well. Generally, willow trees could only grow 20 to 30 meters tall, but these willow trees... Wuxia's heart twitched, looking at these weeping willows that could be as tall as 50 to 60 meters. This left him quite shocked. However, he was certain about one thing. There was something strange in the air. At times, Wuxia would feel something warm entering his body. This feeling was quite refreshing. It felt no different than getting a massage. So, Wuxia did not reject it either and even actively started to absorb it. Of course, what Wuxia failed to notice was that he had gotten taller by 2 to 3 meters in just a few days. It should be brought to notice that when he had just crossed over and awakened his senses, this willow tree was just a sapling, whereas he had already become a young tree. He might be a willow tree, but he still retained his consciousness. As such, Wuxia needed to take some necessary rest. He closed off his senses and acted as if he was asleep. In the blink of an eye, most of the night was over. A faint brightness could be seen at the horizon, like the first light at the break of dawn. It was quite a beautiful sight. At this time, a damp mist began to fill the forest. The appearance of the hazy mist amid the lush and green trees momentarily turned this rarely visited ancient forest into a picturesque sight that resembled no different than a paradise. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing noise woke up Wuxia from his slumber as he subconsciously opened his eyes. The next moment, a bee that had slowly flown into his field of vision caught his attention. Came to disturb my sleep once again, H. In his anger, Wuxia suddenly froze. In a flash, he seemed to have been struck with an inspiration, before he viciously announced. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take his revenge, and a few days is not too late for this willow to take revenge. Just as he was finished, a snap was heard as if the air had exploded, while a green whip shadow cut through the air. Then there was nothing. The buzzing noise had abruptly vanished. At the same time, a mist of blood slowly bloomed in the air. Watching the bee that should have been swatted away, reduced into a mist of blood, Wuxia was a little stupefied. This power is beyond terrifying. While Yuziyu was still reeling from the shock, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, you killed a bee, evolution point plus 0. 1. Even though a voice rang in his mind, Yuziyu was still quite calm. This was the system's voice, but it had only appeared once. He had not expected to appear once again. It only serves as notification? After having come to this conclusion, Yuziyu also put this matter to rest, and instantly looked at his evolution points. Indeed, it had increased by 0. 1. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Yuziyu's reaction might have been half a beat slower, but his words were filled with excitement as if he had just discovered a new world. It had to be brought to notice that he barely managed to gather 0. 1 evolution points after basking in sunlight for an entire day. But now he has gained 0. 1 evolution points by just killing a bee. Sure enough, killing and robbing is the way of the kings. Stop. What the hell are you thinking? You are going to be a big shot like the Willow deity, how can you think of killing and robbing? No. This is called natural selection, just natural selection. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 3, the peerless Willow deity. In Yuziyu's previous life, the Willow deity was a peerless character in films and novels, whose main body was a willow tree. She was a peerless and magnificent character, whose strength had no bound, and her battle prowess shook the past and present. Even now, Yuziyu clearly remembered the paragraph describing her. A tall and slender figure walked out of the willow tree, exuding an air of magnificence and invincibility. It was gazing disdainfully upon all things, looking down upon the world. Its figure was awe-inspiring and otherworldly. It possessed an immaculate physical body, not just limited to its tree form. Its figure was a piece of art, it was otherworldly. Its snow-white clothes were simply flawless, shining bright like a moon. In addition, it was surrounded by faint white mist, and had 3,000 orbs of light floating around it. Every single orb was a world. Ashish, it's referring to Lu Shun or Willow deity in the perfect world. Tiske, a man should be like this. Yuziyu did not have that high ambitions. He was not hoping to carry 3,000 worlds on his back like the Willow deity, all he was hoping to be free from the tree and transform into a human being. Yuziyu rarely did fall into delusions of grandeur, but he still could not help but have flights of fancy. After all, he had evolution points and with its help he had a promising future ahead of him. Of course, transforming into a human was purely Yuziyu's fantasy. The evolution points may be quite amazing, but they had not exhibited a near heaven-defying means of creation. Cough. Letting out a forceful cough, Yuziyu, who was immersed in his own delusions of grandeur, finally pulled his mind back to reality. Immediately he looked around, feeling a little embarrassed. Fortunately, there is no one present. After reacting, Yuziyu added, well, it would rather be surprising if someone was there in this canyon that was rarely visited by people. Immediately afterward he got to the main point. Great. I need to quickly upgrade. Originally, he had planned to save the evolution points for the rainy day, but he had not expected to acquire so many evolution points by killing and plundering other creatures. In light of this, Yuziyu naturally gave priority to upgrading himself first. Only by being stronger can I kill more. No, I can survive longer. In a flash he put all 0.3 evolution points he had left into other branches, Russell, star. The next moment, the willow tree started shaking as another 3 branches started glowing. However, because the sun was on the horizon, it was not as obvious as the night. Except, Yuziyu clearly felt an unknown energy coursing through these branches this time. Upon taking a closer look, Yuziyu also discovered that his 3 strengthened branches were more lush and greener than before. Swish, swish. One after another, 3 green afterimages swished through the air. Immediately followed by 3 loud and sonorous sonic booms, faintly reverberating throughout the canyon. 4 branches. Looking at the 4 branches dancing in the air according to his will, Yuziyu became a little excited. Just 1 branch was already enough to give someone goosebumps. It could easily be imagined how terrifying the sight of 4 branches whacking someone would be. Swish, 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 star. Anyone who gets hit can simply forget about surviving. And I have a total of 50 branches. If I upgraded all 50, imagining this, Yuziyu's heart also started pounding in excitement. At that time, I'm afraid I would become a tree demon. It takes 10 years for a human to grow but 100 years to raise a tree. Time, it was the most worthless thing for a tree. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed by. In the depths of the canyon, there happened to be a 20 to 30 meters willow tree, tall and straight. There were many trees in the canyon. Be that as it may, if someone ventured into this canyon, he or she would presumably notice only this willow tree. It was mainly because this willow tree had thousands of branches. Sometimes they were drooping down, and other times they were dancing in the air like lively sprites. Every single branch was like a vibrant green waterfall, gracefully swaying in the air. At this time, the willow tree came to a complete halt as if it had received some kind of command. Immediately after. Asterisk swish, 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 star. The thousands of branches suddenly thrust toward a point in succession, asterisk boom, star. The next moment, a deafening clap reverberated through the canyon as a shockwave spread out in all directions. Even after creating such a loud and deafening clap, the thousands of willow branches stopped just about half a meter away from a huge rock. Out of reach, that would be the apt way to put it. Thanks to his phenomenal growth, Wuxia's height might have reached 20 meters or so in just half a month, and his branches might have become 10 or so meters long. But Wuxia was still helpless in the face of this out-of-reach rock. Be that as it may, there was one thing that was still very much hard to ignore. Although his branches failed to reach the rock, Wuxia did manage to upgrade all his branches in the span of half-month. When they struck in unison, their subsequent movements caused the surrounding air to be compressed and shot forward, which when struck that half-a-meter away rock, smashed it into pieces, crack. With a cracking sound, the 2 to 3 meter tall rock was reduced into pieces. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 4, Peregrine Falcon. The fastest bird. This is going to be my ace in a hole. Slightly pleasantly surprised, Wuxia had already planned on using it as his ace. As a tree, he could not move from his position, and had no choice but to hold his ground. If he encountered a powerful enemy who kept provoking from out of his reach, he could give his enemy a false sense of security using the length of his branches. Until, if necessary, use the air blast to instantly kill his opponent. In fact, this attack could be considered as the legendary air cannon. Of course, there were other means to attack from a distance. For instance, he could grab a stone using his branches and throw it directly. But it would not be as powerful as that. After all, it was the legendary air cannon. If he became stronger, he would be able to compress more air, and its resulting power would be truly extraordinary. At that time, even if he was facing those modern weapons, Wuxia would not be afraid. Anyway, how can modern weapons appear here? Suddenly Wuxia recalled that he had sighted planes passing overhead more than once over this half-month. Initially, Wuxia concluded that this was a modern world, and coupled with the fact that the willow tree resembled much like it did in his previous life, he believed that this world should not be too unfamiliar. He reckoned that this could be the world from his previous life. However, when he considered the fact that he had grown over 20 meters in a span of just half a month, and looked at the surrounding trees, which had also grown by a few meters or so in the same span, Wuxia remained skeptical about this world being his previous world. In his previous world, trees did not have this kind of abnormal growth rate. Furthermore, they did not actively absorb that strange energy like him. If they actively absorbed strange energy in the air, their growth rate would probably have been even higher, so much so that they might not just cover the sky. Not only that, Wuxia also noticed that some animals also had some differences from their counterparts in his previous world. Only, the animals did not absorb the strange energy as fast as the trees, and the changes in them were not as obvious as the changes in the trees. They merely ran faster and had sharper senses. Just like today, no animal had dared to trespass his turf for days. As a result, his current evolution points were pretty low. He had spent most of the evolution points he had gathered with great difficulty on upgrading his branches. Now he was only left with 3 evolution points. Of course, Wuxia was not completely inhumane. He still had a compassionate heart. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, sharp and continuous bird songs rang from somewhere on Wuxia's body. He looked up toward the top, where a nest had been made on a triangle formed by the branches at some point. It was a bird's nest. A very simple nest. In this nest were 8 fledglings roughly the size of a fist, and they were the ones frantically chirping. Their mouths were wide open, like a greedy mother-in-law asking for a dowry. Are these little ones hungry? Wuxia muttered to himself, speculating. Be that as it may, Wuxia could not hide his joy, looking at the nest of fledglings. Only because they were eyases of peregrine falcons. A breed of medium-sized raptor. An adult peregrine falcon could reach a body length of 41 to 50 centimeters, and a wingspan of 95 to 115 centimeters. When hunting for prey, the peregrine falcons would fly high into the air and then dive down at speeds up to 270 to 360 km/h. A 300 km per hour diving speed. That was simply amazing. It must be brought to notice that the fastest land animal, cheetah, could reach a speed of only 120 km per hour. And the peregrine falcon, on the other hand, was 3 times faster than the cheetah. Hunting at that speed, the wind pressure alone would be simply suffocating. And the fledglings in the nest were the peregrine falcons that were as swift as an arrow. Their lower body was white, their upper chest were covered in fine black spots, and their lower chest to the lower tail feathers were densely covered in black horizontal spots. They might just be fledglings, their jade as white claws were rather sharp and pointed, and their bean-sized eyes bright and sparkling. As for why this nest of ibises was nesting on Wuxia, he himself was to blame for this. It was because not too long ago he had cut off the branches of the surrounding trees as he hated the fact that they were too tall and blocking the sky. And then this nest of ibises fell from a large tree. At first, Wuxia was thinking of using them to replenish his evolution points, but when he recognized that they were medium-sized raptor, the peregrine falcons, he came up with plans of his own. If he could train them, this nest of peregrine falcons would be of great use. Furthermore, all the plants and animals were undergoing evolutions. If this area of peregrine falcons' beaks were sharper, and their bodies were sturdier. In the future, these peregrine falcons would be able to kill anyone with bullet-like speed in a flash. Just picturing it made him exhilarated. If he was lucky, these little ones could become his right-hand men. Thinking so, Wuxia naturally took upon himself to babysit them. Furthermore, he did not need to gather any food. Every now and then, whenever he hunted for the evolution points, he was able to get some animal carcasses. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 5. Humans? Amused, looking at the peregrine falcons with their mouths opened in unison, Wuxia suddenly flipped over the ground with one of his branches, digging up half of a rabbit's corpse. This rabbit was hunted yesterday, which he had buried in the soil for his own sustenance. Naturally, some of its leftovers were food for these little ones. Swinging the branch a few times, he divided the rabbit into several small pieces, and then carefully fed them into the ibises' mouths, one by one. The way they eat is really unsightly. Wuxia complained, looking at the ibises wolfing down the pieces of meat. Afterward, he drove the branch toward the ibises and started stroking them. Perhaps because they had gone accustomed to this, the ibises chose to ignore his teasing. Some even squinted their eyes as if they were enjoying this. Oh my, Wuxia laughed it off. He did not mind it either and continued to stroke their newborn feathers. Meanwhile, not too far away from the canyon, completely out of Wuxia's notice. Step, step, step. 2 figures were approaching toward the depths of the forest. They were 2 pheasant girls. They were wearing rough linen clothes, but they happened to be quite pretty. If they dolled themselves a little, wore something better, they would probably attract a lot of people's eyes. After all, these 2 happened to be identical twins. Sis, what's going on these days? In the village, we're not even allowed to enter the mountains anymore. Sigh, it's probably because something has been going on in the mountains lately. In just half a month, 7 to 8 people have been bitten by snakes and insects, and are lying in the bed now. On top of that, 1 person has also gone missing. When mentioning this, one of the more quiet and gentler girls sighed helplessly. This. Looking stunned, the other girl immediately stopped in her place. Then, she looked again deeper into the forest with hesitation as she apprehensively stated. So, am I a bad sister to encourage you to come here? Don't be stupid, Linger, what's bad about it? Saying so, He Ching Er could not help but complain, it's summer and if I don't take a proper bath, I'm afraid I'll stink. Furthermore. After a pause, He Ching Er, who also happened to be the older sister, also looked deep into the woods, hesitatingly assuring herself and her sister, it should be fine after all, we've come here so many times already. I guess you're right, it's not like there are any powerful beasts here. With a playful smile, her younger sister, He Ling Er, grabbed her sister's hand and started heading toward the forest. Even so, the faces of He Ching Er and He Ling Er turned more and more quizzical as they headed deeper into the forest. Sis, do you think that the forest was this dense when we came here last time? No, it was not, it's dark and weirdly scary. Looking at the dense forest, where not even a few rays of light could make its way through their foliage, He Ling Er could not help but be flustered. However, that was all, she was flustered, nothing else. After all, they had grown up in these mountains. Gritting their teeth, they searched for the familiar trail and headed deeper, quicking their pace. In a short while, the two had crossed a small hill, and when they caught sight of a pool not too far away from them, a smile immediately bloomed on their faces. This pool was quite clear and clean, so clean that the two fatigued twins were clearly reflected in it. Meanwhile, Wuxia, who was teasing the brood of peregrine falcons, was suddenly shocked. He was taken aback by the fact that he was hearing human voices. Furthermore, they were female voices. Wuxia was a little puzzled and promptly looked in the direction where the voices were coming from. For a moment, Wuxia could not help but be stupefied. What kind of curtain opener is this? Looking down from high above, he actually saw two figures frolicking in a small pool of water hundreds of meters away. Currently, hundreds of meters was not that far away for him. His excellent eyesight even let him see it even more clearly. Well, these two are quite gorgeous. After a moment of hesitation, he just passed a comment, but nothing more. What else could he say? He could not go forward and greet them, could he? As a tree, the most he could do was bind. Furthermore, humans would be troublesome. Until now, he had never even considered how to get along with them. As the adage goes, the people of a different race or ethnicity could not be trusted. And humans were pretty complex creatures. If he was down on his luck and ran into some human extremists, a tree monster like him would probably be sliced open and studied. And that was a risk he did not dare to take. After having thought of this, he also gave up on the notion of taking the initiative to come into contact with these two women. He decided to keep a low profile until he had the ability to protect himself. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 6, Fiery Red Eyes. Spring was indeed beautiful. Wuxia kept admiring the sight for a long time. Also, he did not move even a bit until the two girls left. He even sorted his branches, making them look no different from the surrounding willows. After a long time silently watching the girls' departure, Wuxia regained his focus, discarded all the distracting thoughts, and entered an ethereal state once more. He had discovered this ethereal state by chance, and it allowed him to refine evolution points faster. Ding, basked in sunlight, evolution points plus 0. 1. As the sonorous sound of notification rang in his mind, Wuxia slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, his attention was drawn to the status screen, gazing at his one evolution point which he had just accumulated. Just now he had 0. With the 0. 1 evolution point he had just refined, it pushed his evolution points to exactly 1. What was worth mentioning was that Wuxia's all 50 branches had already been completely upgraded. The reason he was stacking points was simply because he was going to carry out the next round of upgrades. Ding, please confirm, are you sure you want to use 1 evolution point to upgrade your root? Yes. Having given his confirmation, Wuxia became a little excited. Compared to the branches which require just 0. 1 points to upgrade 1 branch, upgrading a single root requires a whole 1 point. Be that as it may, it was also a fact that as a tree, upgrading his roots was a matter of grave importance. As for the fact that so many points were required to upgrade his root meant that it had to have its own reason. Moreover, Wuxia was also expecting that after this upgrade he would be able to pull his roots out of the ground and run like a human. If that became really possible, he could even picture the image of a willow tree running on the ground with its root acting as its legs. I'm afraid that image would be really ugly. A tree monster or a demon? Thinking about this, Wuxia started wondering what he should call himself in the future. And right at that moment, Wuxia's mind was suddenly assaulted with excruciating pain. He felt as if some energy had surged into his roots, and before he could even digest this surging energy, it had already broken through the shackles of Wuxia's roots. Followed by a crack sound, Wuxia felt as if his roots had shattered as an excruciating pain was transmitted from deep within the ground. The bout of pain was agonizing that Wuxia's branches were shaking non-stop, as if they were trembling. What was even more terrifying was that those upgraded branches were dancing randomly in the air, and this random dance of theirs was giving rise to waves of winds. For a while, the area around Wuxia was reduced into a forbidden zone where no one could enter. Only the nest at the top of the tree was left untouched. Even in this agonizing pain, Wuxia had not forgotten about this brood of peregrine falcons. I never thought that upgrading the roots would be so painful. Despite the agony, Wuxia kept enduring again and again. And a short while after this, rumble, the ground around Wuxia suddenly blew apart as a 10 or so meter long black root came into view. My goodness! Looking at the sinuous root, which under his control had completely transformed into a jet black python and controlled it like his arm, Yuziyu could not help but be dumbfounded. So this is the power of evolution points. It has given me free reign over this root. Of course it was just a subroot, not his main root. His main root was about 20 to 30 meters long, and it went deep into the underground rock layer. More importantly, it was Yuziyu's very life. Yuziyu had to find that out the hard way. He had attempted to pull his main root from deep underground just a while ago. A pain so indescribable and excruciating that it almost struck his soul away hit him. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Well, after that, not to mention running on the ground, Yuziyu had even dropped the idea of controlling his main root. After experiencing this excruciating pain, Yuziyu felt that if he suffered it a few more times, he would be completely finished. Even if he came to possess outstanding strength, he could not change the fact that he was a tree. And a tree's biggest weakness was its main root. As for others like branches as well as the subroots, even if they were broken, Yuziyu would not even bat an eye. However, his main root was different. It was basically his throat and must not be touched easily. Thinking of this, Yuziyu subconsciously drove his other subroots, boom, 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 star. Along with fearsome tremors, the entire ground moved as if an earth dragon had flipped over. Meanwhile, deep within the underground, out of everyone's sight, Yuziyu had already manipulated 8 subroots to tightly wrap around his main roots. After all, this is my very life. I cannot let it remain unprotected. As for the longest black root exposed above the ground, Yuziyu drove it back into the ground. In case of an unexpected situation, this black root could also act as the coup de grace. Not to mention, the might of this lone subroot that was several times thicker than his branches. And right at that moment, Yuziyu got startled as if he had sensed something. TSK, curiosity kills the cat, you know? In the direction Yuziyu was looking, there was actually a pair of fiery red eyes not too far away in the dense forest, staring dead straight in Yuziyu's direction. He very decisively immediately played dead, remaining completely still. Even his countless branches drooped down. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 7, Red Fox. On the other side, the owner of that pair of fiery red eyes, after a half-an-hour-long struggle, finally could not hold back its curiosity and cautiously crawled its way out of the dense forest. A red fox? Watching the nearby red fox slowly and cautiously approaching toward him, an idea popped up in Yuziyu's mind. Red fox were the widely distributed members of carnivora, mainly present across the entire northern hemisphere. It was a rather cunning animal that preferred to be alone. As a nocturnal animal, it generally came out at night, and slept hidden in its cave during the day. As for why it was out in the day, it was probably attracted by the commotion caused by Yuziyu. After all, the red fox's sense of hearing was extremely well developed. One thing was worth mentioning was that this red fox was a bit special. Its body was bigger than normal, reaching over a meter in length. A normal adult red fox was only about 70 centimeters in length. In addition, its eyes were also very unusual from the normal red fox. They looked as if fire was burning in them, making them quite pretty. Tap tap tap, tiptoeing its way. As the red fox got closer and closer, it became more and more cautious. Even its body was tensed up like a bow. Nonetheless, the deadly temptation coming from afar made it difficult for it to stop. Yes, a deadly temptation. It was a faint fragrance that made its blood surge with excitement. When it was all said and done, it could not escape the slavery of instinct. Bit by bit, the red fox pressed a little toward the unusual willow tree not far away. However, what this red fox failed to notice was that while it was approaching the willow tree, something had already creeped its way to it from under the ground. A moment later, the red fox suddenly let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry, as if it had sensed something. Caw. At the same time, it also instantly leapt up in the air. Much to Yuziyu's surprise, the red fox was a meter long, far beyond the size of an ordinary red fox. About half a meter. Unfortunately, despite its leap in the face of Yuziyu's meticulous plan, it was all in vain. Kacha. Star. Along with the sound of ground splitting apart, a thick as an arm black root was already upon it. In a flash, the root wound around the red fox, tightly binding the red fox amidst its desperate and shrill screams. Faintly, traces of blood had stained its beautiful fur around the root. It's quite strong. Yuziyu was struck dumb, but he did not worry too much. The usual beasts, such as hares and snakes, would generally come within 10 meters of him. And when they did, he would stab through them with lightning speed. It was only because this red fox seemed strange that Yuziyu chose not to kill it right away. Otherwise, given that his root was a whole lot stronger than his branches, he would have crushed the bones of the red fox in an instant. It would not even be able to throw death throws. It's really beautiful. The root rolled up the red fox, slowly pulling it closer to the canopy of the main body. Thanks to the keen visual perception through the branches, Yuziyu was able to clearly see the pair of eyes of the red fox, which resembled rubies with a glistening, flowing sheen. How beautiful! How very beautiful! They gave the impression as if they did not belong to the world of mortals. But right then, Yuziyu suddenly fell into a trance as the tight hold of his root slowly loosened up. Damn it! With a sudden jolt to his mind, Yuziyu also realized something. As expected. As he focused his gaze, the red fox who had just been tightly bound by his root had already fallen on the ground. At the same time, the red fox too picked itself up, and attempted to pull some distance from the willow tree. Unfortunately, it was too close to Yuziyu. Everything within 10 meters of Yuziyu was his territory. And it was not empty words. Swish, with a swishing sound, a green branch was already moving toward the red fox. Before it could react, another branch was already swishing toward it. At this moment, if the red fox could speak, it would definitely not be able to resist cursing. Anyway, even if it could not speak, watching the branches coming down on it, blocking every route of escape, a look of despair appeared on the red fox's face. Even faint cries of despair were escaping from its mouth. Ka! Ka! The cries of the red fox were not at all that pleasing to listen to. A male red fox's cries were like coo-coo, and a female's was ka-ka. Still, the cries of the red fox at this moment carried a sense of sadness, which made its listener feel sad. Boom. Star. Gusts of wind blew toward the red fox as the white circular shock waves stopped just a foot away from the red fox. Gawking at the branches that had stopped just a little away from it, the red fox was stupefied. At this moment, a green branch slowly popped out amidst the swaying branches, inching closer and closer towards it. Frightened, the red fox could not help but take half a step back. However, the branches dangling behind it were like spears aimed at it, preventing it from taking another half a step. It froze. It really froze. Even if it had a little strength to fight back, the red fox could not even muster up the courage. Fortunately, it was born with some spiritual wisdom. As such, it was well aware of how dangerous this situation was. It could even be said that its life was already in someone else's hands. While the red fox was wary and frightened, that slowly approaching branch had already landed on its head, gently stroking its fur with his tender leaves. Wow, it's really soft and comfortable. Feeling the soft and comfortable feeling coming from the branch, Yuziyu was slightly moved. The red fox's fur was not just visually striking, there was more to it than meets the eye. When touched, it felt like a down jacket, very warm and comfortable. At this moment, watching the red fox that wanted to resist yet dare not, Yuziyu suddenly chuckled. From the start, he had no intention of killing the red fox. And now that he had personally witnessed how different this red fox was, he could not bear to kill it even more so. Luckily, the red fox was also intelligent and did not resist. Otherwise, Yuziyu did not mind lashing it half to death before studying it. For now, let's try to tame it. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 8, The Era of Transcendence. But before taming, Yuziyu seemed to have something in his mind as one of his branches started moving. Snap! The next moment, the tip of the branch broke as a drop of green liquid seeped out from the broken tip. It was a drop of essence flowing inside Yuziyu's body. As for its exact efficacy, Yuziyu had no idea how it would work on others. Anyway, Yuziyu started indulging himself in wishful thinking, looking at the injured red fox. He thought that if it was beneficial for the red fox, perhaps it would make it easier to tame the red fox. And if this essence was poisonous, then all Yuziyu could do was sigh in pity for the fate of the red fox. Well, all of this is to find out more about myself, and it is all for my own benefit. Drip. With a dripping sound, the liquid seeping out of the broken branch gathered into a drop, and fell on the red fox's head. Immediately afterward, right under Yuziyu's stunned gaze, the red fox actually started trembling. Then, it instantly crouched on the ground as if it was simulated by something. Ka! A duck-like cry escaped its mouth as its sharp claws fiercely clawed at the ground. Kick. Kick! It clawed out deep grooves in the ground, one after another. At this time, Yuziyu finally noticed that the red fox's claws seemed to have grown several times bigger, looking even sharper. What he found even more incredible was that the red fox was actually growing in size as well. It had only been a very short while. Yet, the red fox, which was originally 1 meter long, had become 1.5 meters long. Now, it looked comparable to that of a cheetah. Only, it was exuding even more elegance compared to a cheetah. Its fur dancing along the wind looked no different than flames, and its deep red eyes were burning like fire, radiating a stunning and magnificent beauty. Is this evolution? Wondering aloud in a puzzled voice, Yuziyu also focused his attention on his broken branch. Yuziyu's heart throbbed as he noticed that the branch had already withered and turned yellow. He even found that he could not control it either. Shit. No way. So, extracting my essence would actually affect my body? Fortunately, it was just a single branch. If it had affected most of his branches, Yuziyu would have perhaps cried himself to death. Be that as it may, it triggered some speculations in Yuziyu's mind at this moment. He speculated that some of the essence flowing in his body might be the embodiment of the evolution points. After all, the biggest advantage of the evolution points was that Yuziyu could completely control his body now. And with the loss of the essence, Yuziyu's control over this branch had plummeted. Although he could still control it, the control and strength was very weak. He could no longer break a rock into pieces with just a lash. Perhaps time can replenish the lost essence of this branch? After giving it a thought, Yuziyu speculated again. After a long time, the red fox had reached the size of a small calf. At this moment, it was already affectionately licking Yuziyu's outstretched branch. Seems like animals behave like this, slaves to their instincts. They do not have a complex mind like humans. If kind to them, they might get close. And now, the red fox was acting like this because Yuziyu's essence had helped it evolve. One thing was worth mentioning was that this red fox was not like any other beast. Its red fur was exhibiting radiance like flames. It was not only strong, but it also radiated beauty in its strength. More importantly, the shine in the red fox's eyes was currently becoming brighter and brighter as if flames were rising. Right then, Yuziyu's gaze suddenly became focused as if he had noticed something. In his gaze, a status screen just like his had surfaced just above the red fox. Race, mutant red fox. Life, 3/20 years. Rank, Tier 0 Level 4. Unique abilities, enchanting eyes, its gorgeous eyes are the treasures of the world with the mystical power of bewitching. Rank? Tier 0? Yuziyu became a little puzzled looking at this brand new term. But the next moment he seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly focused his consciousness on himself. Race, mutant weeping willow. Life, 0.4/100 years. Evolution points, 0. 2, can be obtained by absorbing unknown energy and refining under the sunlight, or by preying on other animals, even plants, and extracting from them. Rank, Tier 0 Level 9. Unique abilities, mutated branches, 50, flexible like arm, swift like wind. Mutated roots, 9, terrifying roots that are like a black python, strong enough to strangle everything. As expected, he too had managed to get an additional rank evaluation at some points. Furthermore, he was just an entry level 9. Be that as it may, judging by the fact that it could easily suppress the red fox, it was also understandable that his was 4 levels higher than the red fox. What's this Tier 0? Does this mean that the future ranks would be Tier 1, Tier 2? After giving it a thought, Yuziyu found himself in partial agreement. If this was really the case, the ranks in the future would be intuitive and clear. Wait, something's not right. Suddenly, Yuziyu's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't this mean that I'll be walking toward transcendence? Thinking of this, Yuziyu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. As expected, this world is a little different. It's a bit like the era when the spiritual energy has just recovered, and everything is evolving in a supernatural direction. For instance, this red fox or myself, a willow tree. Not to mention the golden eagle that has been occupying the sky recently, spying on me from time to time. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 9, Life Essence. Besides, there was another thing worth mentioning. Life. Yes, more specifically, lifespan. The lifespan of a normal willow tree was only a few decades, but he had reached 100 years. Whereas the lifespan of a normal red fox was at best 10 to 15 years, but this red fox's lifespan had reached 30 years. TSK, this is true evolution. Not only does it make us stronger but also increases our lifespan by leaps and bounds. After careful consideration, Wuxia earnestly summed up his thoughts. As the moon ascended the horizon, its bright and gentle light illuminated the night, setting an atmosphere of calm and tranquility. Under the gentle moonlight, Wuxia's branches cast mottled black shadows, giving the impression of sporadically torn ribbons hanging from the branches. At this moment, a fox, the size of a calf, was lying under this willow tree, letting out high-pitched fox calls every now and then, as if it was afraid that no one was aware of its existence. "You little brat." A branch swished through the air, lightly whipping the red fox. Wuxia was also helpless to do anything about it. The red fox was simply too naughty. It kept letting out long high-pitched screams from time to time. Or, it would climb up his body and chase after the brood of fledglings, teasing them. Luckily it was smart. It knew that Wuxia was raising these 8 peregrine falcons and they could not be eaten. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, continuous chirps resonated from the tree. Looking up, he saw that the few peregrine falcons had their heads poked out of their nests, vigilantly staring at the red fox under the tree. One of them even chirped toward Wuxia from time to time, as if it was complaining about something. Okay, I got it." Smiling, Wuxia gently whipped the red fox with one of his branches. The red fox was not just disturbing Wuxia, but it was also scaring these peregrine falcons. Right at that moment, Wuxia was suddenly startled as if he was struck with an idea. If I used my essence to nourish the peregrine falcons, wouldn't they also evolve like the red fox? As for the loss of essence, it did not have much effect on him. Only half a day or so had passed, but that withered branch had already regained most of its vitality. Even its leaves were a little bit greener than before. This should be one of my inherent abilities, just like the gorgeous eyes of the red fox. Realizing this, Wuxia focused his gaze on the status screen he had just pulled. As expected, one more line had been added to the unique abilities section. Life Essence, a spiritual elixir bred within the body. It's capable of speeding up the evolution of other species, and also has therapeutic and restorative effects. Caution: using it in excess should be avoided, as excessive expenditure of it would degrade your own foundation. Reading this extra piece of information, Wuxia was smiling. This was the benefit of the system. So long as he was aware of it himself, the system would present more detailed information. Vice versa, if he was not aware of it, then nothing could be done. It was just like subjective perception. It was always there, he just could not see it, that was all. Perhaps the status screen covered a lot of information, but right now, Wuxia could only see the things he wanted to see. Life Essence. Just the name alone made one realize its importance. Furthermore, speeding up the evolution of other species. The wordings were quite simple, it did not need further elaboration. No wonder the red fox was unable to suppress its impulse and come to me. Thinking of this, Wuxia broke another branch. Catcher, along with a crisp cracking sound, green liquid once again seeped out from the cut. Ka! Ka! With very excited cries, the red fox under the tree immediately sprang up, intently staring at the cut where Wuxia's branch had broken off. There, a drop of an extremely crystalline liquid was seeping out. "This is not yours." Wuxia gently stroked the red fox with another branch, calming it down. Afterward, he finally drove the broken branch toward the nest above. Although there were 8 peregrine falcons, when all was said and done, they were just fledglings. A drop should be enough, right? Wuxia carefully pondered. He too had his own concerns. In the end, it was ultimately going to cost his own foundation. Thus, Wuxia was not willing to give too much. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Looking at the drop of green liquid on the verge of falling, the peregrine falcon suddenly became all excited. It looked like they too were attracted to it. One of them, in particular, fluffed up its feathers. Tiske, it looks like it's extremely tempting to animals. Heaving a deep sigh, Wuxia became a little despondent. This was extremely bad news. Just because we haven't seen pigs climb trees, that doesn't mean that pigs don't run. The Philosopher's Stone is the best example. Since my life essence can accelerate the evolution of other species, it is akin to the Philosopher's Stone. Worst, apart from the animals around, there are humans as well. At this thought, Wuxia could not help but be wary. If it can accelerate the evolution of animals, it should have the same effect on the humans as well. In that case, heaving a deep sigh, Wuxia was suddenly filled with a sense of dread. He decided that he needed to speed up his cultivation. At least he needed to become strong enough to hold down the fort before the humans found out. Otherwise, he would be reduced into a fish on a chopping board for sure. As for whether he could live in peace with the humans or not, Wuxia had not even given it a serious thought. Hope was not something that should be pinned on others. The only way they could live together peacefully was when they both held the same status. Currently, if against the humans' high-tech weapons, not only him but most of the animals and plants were not qualified to go against them. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 10 Bullet Dive. At this moment, sharp, high-pitched screeches suddenly pulled Wuxia out of contemplation. As he looked, the drop of essence on the cut had been divided into 8 smaller drops, which had already fallen into the mouths of the 8 peregrine falcons. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the midst of very sharp, piercing chirps, the 8 peregrine falcons started shaking a little. Immediately after, their bodies started growing at an extremely rapid pace. Originally they were only the size of a fist, but at this moment they had already grown to the size of a pigeon. Furthermore, the most striking thing about them was that their beaks had taken on curvature of a hawk's. Their beaks now looked extremely sharp and dangerous, and were even radiating a cold sheen at the edges like the edge of a weapon. Even their talons had also become bigger and sharper. Snap! Just with the slightest force, the entire nest was torn apart because of their talons. However, he was not paying attention to the nest at this moment. After all, the 8 peregrine falcons had already spread their wings at this moment. Zoom. As their long and pointed wings slightly shook, they actually gave rise to powerful gusts of wind. Immediately after, much to Wuxia's utter astonishment, the 8 peregrine falcons had disappeared from sight. Holy shit, so fast! Wuxia could not help but have wore a look of dismay at the sight of the 8 peregrine falcons turned into distant black dots as they shot out like bullets. Fast. They are really fast. The flight speed of an ordinary peregrine falcon was 60 to 100 km/h. The only time when their flight speed reached 386 km per hour was when they dived at an angle of 45 degrees. And now, just the flight speed of these mutant peregrine falcons had already reached 100 to 200 km/h. This is ridiculous. If they are already that fast going up, then their dive speed would be, as if Wuxia had thought of something, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Right then. Screech. Screech. Ear-piercing cries like that of an eagle suddenly resonated across the sky. They were so sharp and high-pitched that they could rupture one's eardrums. And the moment these cries reverberated. Boom. Boom, boom, star. 8 streaks of light came shooting from the horizon in succession. Fast. Too fast. Even someone as strong as Wuxia, even with his amazing dynamic acuity, only saw fleeting black shadows. Afterward. Bang, bang, bang. An enormous rock not that far from Wuxia suddenly shook. Immediately afterward, under Wuxia's stunned gaze, 8 fist-sized holes had appeared on that enormous rock. Through these holes, Wuxia could even see the night sky behind it. They've penetrated it. A 3-meter big rock was completely penetrated. This kind of penetration power was probably strong enough to pierce through a 10 centimeters wide steel plate. Screech. Screech. With a few screams, the peregrine falcons suddenly flew out from the back of the rock, wobbling. Every now and then they were even shaking their head, shaking the dust off them. By the looks of it, they did not have it easy either. These little critters. With a doting glance, Wuxia stretched 8 branches toward them. Looking at the branches, peregrine falcons suddenly let out excited chirps. Afterward, very familiarly, they landed in the middle of the branch, enjoying Wuxia's gentle strokes. At this time, Wuxia came to notice a screen hovering over peregrine falcons' heads. Race, mutant peregrine falcon. Life, 0. 2/20 years. Rank, Tier 0 Level 3. Innate skill, bullet dive. They can dive at a speed that surpasses everything, giving them an unparalleled penetration power that could tear through all defenses. Caution, it has terrible side effects. If they are not careful and fail to withstand the sudden increase in speed, their bodies might be torn apart even before they could tear apart their enemies. Unique abilities, none? Damn, how fearsome, especially their innate skill. Though, it's something like a last resort that can only be used to fight for one's life. After making a simple comment, Wuxia looked at the peregrine falcons, narrowing his eyes slightly. Just the sudden appearance of their innate skill made these peregrine falcons incredibly precious. Perhaps it is connected to my life essence? Or perhaps it is an inherent talent of peregrine falcons in general? Regardless, the status of these peregrine falcons had risen to a whole new level in Wuxia's heart, even a level higher than the mutant red fox beside him. In this era where transcendence were everywhere, and where everyone was advancing toward transcendence. These peregrine falcons, as well as the mutant red fox, were qualified to become his right-hand men. Having come to this conclusion, Wuxia's branches began to dance once again. In just a few breaths, with the efforts of tens of Wuxia's branches, a nest the size of a basin was woven at the canopy of the willow tree, under the shade of uppermost leaves. This was the nest Wuxia had woven for the 8 peregrine falcons. Birds build nests. Wuxia believed that this nest would bring him and the peregrine falcons even closer. As for the red fox, thinking of this, Wuxia's black python-like roots started writhing once again. Rumble, as the ground quaked, a dark hole appeared near Wuxia's roots. Go on. Using his branch to nudge the red fox, Wuxia gently smiled. Foxes resided in a den, and the den he had built with his roots was not that bad. At least there were a few of his subroots inside, enough to provide warmth. Furthermore, Wuxia had a faint feeling that the unknown substance in the air was slightly dense at his roots. It should be mainly because his roots had been absorbing this unknown substance. These wild animals should also be absorbing this unknown substance in the air so as to continuously evolve. In that case, the den built by him would be like a spiritual cave and would be of great benefit to the red fox. There was no reason for it to not like it. As he had expected, that really turned out to be the case. The red fox had discovered the benefits of the den in no time, and never came out of it. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 11, The Giant Golden Eagle. A dazzling golden sun was nestled in the clear blue sky. Apart from a single white cloud floating in the sky like a lone sail in a blue sea, the sky was completely clear. At this moment, in the depths of a secluded canyon, an enigmatic mountain mist was rising, shrouding the surroundings in a mystical veil. Delicately and gracefully, it painted a picturesque landscape. Faintly, it was exuding a primal essence, giving the impression of the untamed spirit of wilderness. Now, not faintly. The canyon was filled with towering trees reaching high into the clouds, their canopy covering the sky completely. And the occasional howls and growls of wild beasts reverberating in the canyon seemed to be coming from the distant past. Perhaps, this secluded canyon had truly stepped into the prehistoric era at some point. Screech. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech instantly echoed across the canyon, shaking the clouds and almost shattering the rocks. Surprisingly, this screech belonged to a golden eagle that was swishing through the sky at this moment. This was still not the scary part. The actual scary part was the wingspan of the golden eagle. Generally, a golden eagle's wingspan would only be about 2 or 3 meters. But the one's wingspan was about 5 meters. In particular, its golden feathers covering its entire body, which looked as if they were carved from pure gold. One could not help but be shaken up at the sight of it. Could such a beast really exist in the world? Is it coming again? Amidst the subtle air of solemnity, a willow tree, standing tall at about 30 meters, was swaying with a gentle rustle. Its cascading branches gave the impression of a waterfall. Race, mutant golden eagle. Life, 2 of 60 years. Rank, Tier 0 Level 7. Innate skill, piercing cry. Its cry is so sharp that it could rupture one's eardrums and can deter its prey. An extremely terrifying innate skill, but unfortunately, it has near zero lethality on you. After all, you are a willow tree. Unique abilities, sharp claws. Its claws are so sharp that they can tear through a 10 centimeters wide steel plate. Golden wings. Its wings, after being repeatedly strengthened by evolution, are as hard as an alloy. It was quite a detailed introduction. So detailed that even after reading several times, Wuxia was still shaken. In terms of battle power alone, this golden eagle was truly terrifying. Had he not been here, Wuxia had no doubt that after many years, a predator would have been born in this canyon that was truly at the top of the food chain. It has to be known that the golden eagle was already known as the king of raptors, and a trained golden eagle could even chase wolves across the grass plains. It even held a terrifying record of catching 14 wolves in succession. This was a proof in itself of how terrifying a raptor the golden eagle was. Whereas this golden eagle had gone through several evolutions. Who knows how fearsome it was now? According to Wuxia's guess, had he not been radiating a terrifying aura, this golden eagle would have pounced on him long ago. Indeed, Wuxia's guess was correct. As a predator at the top of the food chain, the golden eagle had been the rightful overlord of this canyon. Furthermore, it had gained its current bearing because it had gained a little sentience. Be that as it may, when it looked at the strange willow tree on the ground, even if it was already so strong, it could not help but flinch, becoming wary. In its eyes, Wuxia was different from other prey. Aura, or what one might call a kind of intimidating pressure. Whether it was plants or animals, more or less, everyone possessed it. Because spiritual energy had recovered now, allowing one to evolve by leaps and bounds, this kind of aura which was invisible to the naked eye had become even more terrifying. Like its prey, some of which had an aura that could reach as far as 1 meter or more, there were some whose aura could reach as far as 2 to 3 meters even. But Wuxia was different. His monstrous aura had reached as far as 10 meters. It could even be said that everything within 10 meters of him was completely enveloped in his aura. It was precisely because the golden eagle could detect aura, that it had been hovering in the sky for half a month. Given its intelligence, although it could not understand the oddity of the tree, it still understood the instinct of avoiding harm and seeking gains. Even so, the faint fragrance wafting from afar still prevented it from leaving. It kept waiting and watching. As a predator, the golden eagle had ample patience to keep an eye on this unknown prey that stirred its blood, until it found an opportunity to kill it in one strike. Not coming down yet? Calmly looking at the prowling golden eagle in the sky, Wuxia muttered in his heart. There was no denying that it was really discomforting to be watched on by a predator that was at the top of the food chain. So much so that whenever he sensed the golden eagle, Wuxia would be instinctively on guard, and poised his branches to attack at a moment's notice. Not only him in the nest under Wuxia's canopy. Asterisk screech. 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 Asterisk sharp and continuous screeches kept ringing, tightening Wuxia's nerves further. Peregrine falcons. They were quite frightening raptors. At this moment, the peregrine falcons inside the basin-sized nest were also going crazy, screaming and jumping. They too were obviously nervous. Compared to the golden eagle, they were ultimately a bit behind. They were just at Tier 0 level 3, a whole 4 levels behind the golden eagles. Perhaps the difference in their levels could be made up in other ways. For instance, the peregrine falcons could take down a land animal of a higher level than them. However, they would never be able to take down the master of the sky, the golden eagle. After all, as raptors, the peregrine falcon's air superiority and terrifying speed would be nothing before the golden eagle's. As for Red Fox, it was not even in the picture. Although it had crawled out of its den, its body could not stop trembling, looking at the hovering golden eagle in the sky. The fox too was just one of golden eagle's prey after all. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 12, Black Lance. Since that's the case, watching the huge golden eagle hovering 100 meters up in the sky, hesitating to come down, the last thread of Wuxia's patience also broke. Wuxia might have the body of a willow tree, but he could not endure such a long period of mental strain. As such, he had decided to make the move first. Be that as it may, the prerequisite for making the move first was to make this huge golden eagle come down. As this thought crossed his mind, a flurry of ideas began to flash through Wuxia's mind. Why is the golden eagle not coming down? Since it's not coming down, then why is it reluctant to leave even after so long? One after another, questions began to pop up in his mind. Not long after, Wuxia suddenly sneered as if he had thought of something. It should be fear. It might have evolved, but as an animal, its intelligence should not be that high. So, the only thing that can make it spy secretly and prevent it from pressing forward is fear. It's afraid. As for the object of its fear, it's certainly not the peregrine falcons, and the red fox is highly unlikely, then it can only be mean. But why me? I haven't revealed anything unusual in front of it. As Wuxia murmured this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because at this point he was struck with another possibility. Aura. The aura of the strong. The aura emanating from me must be so strong that it's deterring it. As this thought crossed his mind, Wuxia started cooking up a plan. Hiya. As he exhaled a long, deep breath, Wuxia's pores slowly expanded. Trees breathe as well. Wuxia's body was no exception to this. However, he had discovered by some lucky break that he could freely control his breathing. In other words, he could hold his breath just like humans. But how would holding his breath help him in this situation? According to Wuxia's speculation, it should help him weaken a bit of aura emanating from him. It was like the turtle breathe technique, a martial art technique from his previous life. Sup, taking a deep breath, Wuxia decisively held his breath. With a boom, the entire willow tree shook slightly. Immediately after, its countless willow twigs drooped down all of a sudden. In a flash, the entire willow tree appeared as if it was dead. Meanwhile, high up in the sky. Screech. A sharp, piercing screech that could pierce through metal and crack the rocks resounded as the huge golden eagle fiercely spread its wings. A hint of human-like doubt flashed in the depths of its eyes as the huge golden eagle slowly approached the willow tree. According to its senses, the aura emanating from the willow tree had become a lot weaker. Much weaker. Although it still extended to 3 to 4 meters, compared to its aura that could reach up to 7 meters, it was simply insignificant. In other words, the willow tree's location had already become a place for it to forage. Only what it failed to understand was why the willow tree's aura had suddenly become weaker. It was in doubt, but its doubt was just fleeting. The huge golden eagle did not give it that much of a thought. Its limited intelligence did not grant it that much room to give it a deeper thought. Compared to humans, its thoughts were very pure and simple. Food, that was the only thing that occupied its mind and instinct. And now that it was not that dangerous near the willow tree, its location had become its hunting ground. Zoom. Flapping its wings, the giant golden eagle dived down like an arrow fired from a bow. However, the giant golden eagle failed to notice that. Rumble. With slight tremors, the soil beneath the Wuxia's willow tree began to slowly crack apart. Soon after, long black roots, extending over 10 meters in length, started rearing their heads one after another. Under Wuxia's control, these sinuous and twisting roots acted as extension of his arms, completely obedient to his commands. Twist. Followed by an imperceptible murmur, the black tree roots slowly started to twist. Meanwhile, the tips of the tree roots slowly contorted and twisted until they formed a sharp and pointed conical shape. Looking from above, it resembled a giant black lance that was over 10 meters long. Except, the black giant lance had already twisted and coiled upon itself that it started creaking. It seemed as if it could snap at any moment, splintering into pieces. Furthermore, there was not just one lance. In order to ensure a sure kill, Wuxia had even moved the other 8 subroots. In other words, there were 9 root lances hidden around him. Right then. Boom. A violent gust of wind suddenly blew over, causing Wuxia's entire body to sway uncontrollably. The tree that grows tallest in the forest will always be first to be toppled by the winds was true in this case. As the giant golden eagle rapidly dived toward Wuxia, it brought along a fierce gust of wind. As far as Wuxia was concerned, it was really an extremely unpleasant experience. Be that as it may, it was precisely because of the astonishing momentum of the giant golden eagle that it failed to notice the black giant lances on the ground that were raring to attack. Screech. With an excited cry, the giant golden eagle extended its claws. Its entire body swooped toward Wuxia's true form. In Wuxia's vision, all he saw was a giant black shadow covering the sky. But at that very moment, Wuxia also made a move. A move that surpassed human imagination speed. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by continuous sonic booms, 9 black lances shot up in the sky. Screech. Star. Sensing the danger, the golden eagle abruptly halted its dive. Except, given the momentum it had already built, it was impossible for it to come to a sudden stop. With a loud thud, it fluttered its wings, but before it could timely dodge, it was fiercely stabbed by a giant lance. With a squishing sound and sparks flying everywhere, Wuxia's root that had the hardness comparable to steel pierced through the wing of the giant golden eagle, and this actually ignited a series of flames. Damn, it's so hard? Wuxia exclaimed in his heart, feeling a little helpless. It deserved to be evaluated by the system of having wings that were as hard as alloy. Its hardness was beyond question. Nonetheless, with just this, the golden eagle's fate was sealed. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 13, Evolution. Tier 1. Having decided his mind, the remaining 8 giant black lances also swished through the air, ruthlessly piercing into the giant golden eagle. The wings of the giant golden eagle were indeed invulnerable. But Wuxia did not believe that the other areas that were covered by the feathers had the same level of defense. As such, the other 8 lances were aimed more or less at the abdomen of the giant golden eagle, which happened to be the most vulnerable part of the raptor. Screech. Immediately, the giant golden eagle's sharp and mournful cry echoed through the canyon. The giant golden eagle flapped its wings, mounting the final struggle. Immediately, blood gushed out of its wounds as its body constantly pulled backward. However, how could Yu Ziyu, who had already decided to kill it one strike, let go of such an opportunity to explode? With a violent shout, the 9 huge black lances, now twisted to a certain degree, unleashed the accumulated power they had gathered. This technique was derived from the principle of a twisted spring. It used the previous rotations to store up power. This power was then completely unleashed after the roots had penetrated deep into the giant golden eagle. In doing so, it could cause maximum secondary damage to the giant golden eagle. With a sputtering sound, the huge black lances rotating at extremely high speed resulted in a rain of blood. Yu Ziyu, who failed to react in a timely manner, was instantly drenched in blood. And right at that very moment, with a sonorous chime, the cold system voice suddenly resounded in Yu Ziyu's ears. Ding. You killed Tier 0 Level 7 Mutant Golden Eagle, Evolution Points plus 70. Ding. Condition to evolve to Tier 1 met. Current Evolution Points 70 tenths. Would you like to initiate Tier 1 Evolution? Tier 1? Evolution? A surge of joy stirred Yu Ziyu's heart as he realized what was happening. As I had suspected, there is indeed Tier 1. And if I'm not wrong, beyond that should be Tier 2, Tier 3 and so on. Thinking so, Yu Ziyu shot a glance at the lifeless golden eagle that had been completely pierced through by the huge black lances, and a sense of relief washed over him. Then he whispered to himself. Confirm evolution. Just as he gave his confirmation, Yu Ziyu suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body. This surge of energy was so powerful and overwhelming that his entire body trembled the moment it entered his body. Crack, crack. With sharp yet brief cracking sounds, Yu Ziyu's bark kept cracking. What was even more shocking was that his entire body was constantly growing bigger, becoming so big that it would require 2 people to hug his trunk, and that too in just blink of an eye. This kind of width could still not be considered a lot. But the crux of the issue was that it had happened in a span of just a few breaths. Furthermore, the transformation was still continuing. Yu Ziyu could keenly sense every inch of his body getting stronger as the surging energy destroyed his cells, and a warm current repaired them immediately after. This constant destruction and reconstruction made his recovered cell stronger and stronger. Vaguely, a profound metamorphosis was taking place, transforming his very life essence. His current evolution was the transition of life itself. His branches kept growing and growing, extending toward the sky. At the same time, they grew increasingly lush and green. Faintly, they were emitting star-like glimmers, much like the previous upgraded branches. Except, this spectacle was clearly visible in the broad daylight. From the distance, one could see a colossal tree, around 20 to 30 meters tall, radiating a stellar glow in the depths of the canyon. And amidst this flickering glow, his countless branches were churning toward the sky. In a flash, the entire canyon was bathed in his unique radiance. Immediately, birds fled into the sky and animals on the ground trembled in fear. In an instant, a true overlord of the canyon was rising. Apart from this, an even greater transformation was unfolding in the unseen depths. Yu Ziyu's countless black roots continued to spread and grow rapidly. They dug wider and deeper into the ground, giving the impression of earth dragons moving through the ground. In a flash, ditches could be seen rising all across the canyon. However, those were just the subroots. Yu Ziyu's lifeline was his main root, which was also the biggest one. The main root dug deeper underground, its unyielding advance unaffected by the solid rocks. While the ground kept quaking, his main root had already reached the depths of around 100 meters before it finally came to a halt. Boom. The moment it reached that location, Yu Ziyu could clearly feel a chilling sensation. An underground river? In a state of doubt and astonishment, Yu Ziyu's heart started racing a little. The very next moment, he sensed the countless small rootlets of the main root tightly clinging to the rocks like a spider's web, even spreading over an area of about 50 meters. Immediately after, a greater sense of chill continuously surged through his roots. It was not just a simple underground river. Yu Ziyu could clearly see the constant influx of unknown matter seeping into his roots. Could it be a spirit river that contained a large amount of unknown matter? With a jolt, a conjecture popped up in Yu Ziyu's mind. At depths of about 100 meters, it carried a significant amount of unknown matter, so it made sense to call it a spirit river. Only, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Because, screech, screech, screech. Letting out piercing cries that could tear through metal and stone, the 8 peregrine falcons, perching inside the wash basin-sized nest in Yuziu's canopy, rose into the air. By the looks of it, Yuziu's evolution had also influenced them. But why would they not? Currently, a storm of spiritual energy resembling a vortex has emerged around Yuziu with his trunk as the center. As the peregrine falcons were closest to Yuziu, they had naturally benefited significantly from this. Not only the peregrine falcons, the red fox under the tree began to undergo a new round of metamorphosis. Its claws gradually became longer and sharper, and the red fire in the depths of its eyes also became even more splendid. Its fur continued to grow bigger and subtly became brighter and more beautiful. From a distance, this red fox, now the size of a young calf, appeared as if it was bathing in flames. It looked sacred yet fearsome. Roar! A long roar suddenly echoed in the canyon. The red fox, engulfed in the flames, leaped up and landed straight on a huge rock. Then it kept scanning all the directions of the gorge with a cold look in its eyes, as if it was on guard against something. On the other side. Asterisk screech. 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 Asterisk sharp cries rose one after another as the 8 peregrine falcon, who now resembled full-grown adults peregrine falcons with a body length of about 70 centimeters and wingspan reaching 1 to 2 meters, spread their wings and soared into the sky. Screech, with a united sharp and high-pitched scream, that shook the entire canyon and could truly be called a screech that could truly pierce through rocks and metal. The 8 peregrine falcons spread out in 8 directions, their frigid eyes relentlessly scouring every nook and corner of the canyon like eagles. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 14, Sudden Turn of Events. The Rise of the Beast Tide. All the kindness I've shown you has not been wasted. Yuziu chuckled, feeling relieved at the reaction of the red fox and peregrine falcons. Such protective behavior was enough to prove that all my recent efforts have not been in vain. With these thoughts, Yuziu's consciousness slowly sank deeper into his body. Away from everyone's sight, a deeper transformation was already underway. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the canyon, 2 figures slowly approached. However, at this moment, both Healing Air and her sister Healing Air were pale. In their vision, the entire canyon was shimmering as if adorned with starlight. Sis, am I seeing things? The younger sister, Healing Air, tightened her clothes, staring blankly at the giant golden eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters inside the canyon not too far away from their location. Fresh blood kept flowing out from its golden wings. Each and every wound on it was so gruesome that it made the onlooker's pupils involuntarily contract. But what was even more terrifying was the 9 black lances piercing through the giant golden eagle. No, they were not lances. As she took a closer look, Healing Air could not help but fall into silence as she noticed that the black lances were actually tightly entwined roots. After a while, Healing Air turned her head and looked at her sister, Healing Air, who had the same look of disbelief plastered on her face. Healing Air hesitatingly asked, "A tree demon?" "Yes, a tree demon. According to the ancient myths and legends, tree demons were monsters born from trees after they had achieved cultivation." I don't know." Shaking her head, the elder sister of the two, Healing Air, who had always been the decisive one, was also at a loss at this moment. Only her faintly paled cheeks rather betrayed her inner fear. She had only come with her young sister for a bath. How could she have ever expected to encounter such a shocking event? A battle between a giant golden eagle and a willow tree. The branches of the willow tree even shot up, piercing the giant golden eagle. My goodness, is it really the world I know? Is it really like what was reported on the television? Over the past month or two, Healing Air had watched many unbelievable news reports on television. For instance, powerful currents surging in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, followed by a dark shadow that swallowed an entire luxury cruise ship. Or a passenger plane encountering a murder of crows in the sky, and disappeared without a trace before it could land. Even though Healing Air was from the depths of the mountains, she found it hard to believe these stories. While it was true that strange things had been happening in the past month or two, things had not reached such an extreme level. At most, there were reports of wild animals charging out of the forests and attacking passers-by. In response, various experts of different fields had willingly stepped forward to explain these occurrences. Of course, the most convincing among their explanations was the presence of an unknown matter in the air. And it was this unknown matter that was causing animals to undergo varying degrees of mutation. In the East, this unknown matter was referred to as spiritual energy. In the West it was referred to as mana. The most popular theory these days was the rise of transcendence, or the advent of the era of transcendence, as some proclaimed. Despite the reports, He Ching Er did not believe a single word of it. What a joke. Every day they talk about atheism and now suddenly there's talk of an era of transcendence? But now He Ching Er, looking at the scene at the other end of the canyon, could not help but be shaken up. Yes, shaken. It seemed as if this was no longer the era she was familiar with. A willow tree turning into a tree demon, and the golden eagle dripping blood. The brutal survival of the fittest in the food chain was displayed here vividly. Sis. Hearing her younger sister's anxious voice, He Ching Er grabbed her sister's hand tightly, gulped her nervousness down before reassuring her. Don't worry, let's go back to the village and report to Grandpa. Saying so, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes as she recalled something, exclaiming in excitement. Grandpa mentioned that anyone who reports about any anomalies they find, he or she would be rewarded. He Ling Er repeatedly nodded but did not say anything in response. It was not that she did not want to speak, rather her legs had already gone weak at this moment. There was even a strange smell coming from her lower body, gulp. Unable to stop herself from gulping in nervousness, He Ching Er took a deep look at the willow tree in the canyon. Then she grabbed her sister's hand and ran away without looking back. However, not long after they turned around and fled back. Odd. Help. High-pitched terrified screams echoed through the canyon. What's going on? Startled by the high-pitched screams, Wuxia slowly raised his branch up, looking toward the horizon. Immediately after, he caught sight of a horde of dark figures rushing from all directions like a tide. Among these figures were black boars the size of cows with scarlet eyes. Several dozen meters long green snakes shoot through the air like arrows, as well as packs of wolves flickering with green phosphorescent light along with the buzzing bees which Wuxia disliked the most. However, the most eye-catching were the two girls running wildly a few hundred meters ahead of the beast tide. Their hair was disheveled and they looked like mad women. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 15, Innate Talent. A rising killing intent. Help. Someone, anyone, please help us. High-pitched miserable screams, resembling the cries of pigs about to be slaughtered, echoed throughout the canyon, carrying a hint of exhaustion and despair. Their foreheads happened to be bruised, and the blood flowing out of the bruises entered their eyes, blurring their sight. He Ching Er and He Ling Er were in quite a pitiful state at this moment. Hell could not be worse than this. Before they could make it back to their village, the ground started shaking. They promptly ran to a huge rock and climbed it before looking around. Instantly, what the two saw next scared the two sisters so much that they turned pale in fear. Hordes and hordes of birds and animals were rushing toward them like they had gone mad. He Ching Er and He Ling Er instantly turned tail and ran, without even bothering to wonder what was going on. They stumbled quite a few times along the way. Their entire bodies were covered in bruises. Despite their clothes being torn and significant and most important parts of their bodies exposed, they were far from being eye-catching in their current state. Meanwhile, after hearing the screams coming not far away from his location, Wuxia too was taken back. Are they attracted to me? Sneering, Wuxia's branches also started swaying in unison. However, he paid no attention to the two familiar figures. Compared to these two women, Wuxia's focus was entirely on the beast tide. In nature, it has always been the survival of the fittest. Only those who posed a threat to him were worthy of his attention. As for these two women, apologies, but it was obvious that these two could not even protect themselves. Swish, 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 the branches swished through the air, resembling much like the tentacles of an octopus, faintly producing the swishing sounds as they cut through the air. What was truly terrifying was that these branches were actually slowly but surely extending. In just a few breaths they had grown from a dozen meters to over 20 meters in length. Innate skill, superb regeneration, a terrifying talent unique to the plants. It greatly enhances the speed of regeneration. Even if relatively fragile parts like branches are damaged, they can regenerate in an instant with the help of the surging energy in the body. If this innate skill was utilized effectively, it could significantly accelerate the growth rate of the branches, thereby maximizing Wuxia's attack range. Of course, it came with a cost, and that was the temporary weakening of Wuxia's regenerative abilities. But this was a price that Wuxia could afford. He did not mind utilizing this excellent talent multiple times to obtain a boost that maximized his attack range. I admit I do have a deadly allure to some animals. But does that mean that any Tom, Dick, and Harry can target me? Muttering to himself, Wuxia broke into laughter. His laughter sounded a little cold, and along with this laughter the entire willow tree including his branches were constantly swaying. Moreover, a chilling killing intent was slowly filling the air. Right at this moment, the hordes of wild animals, sensing the danger, could not help but pause momentarily, roar. Screech. Various strange cries and roars filled the air, filled with unease and restlessness. Unfortunately, the irresistible temptation eventually consumed them all. So, even though they vaguely sensed the threat, these instinct-driven animals continued charging forward, roaring and screaming. Right then. Swish. Like a gust of wind, a red figure suddenly flashed across. The next moment, shriek with a crisp tearing sound like when a cloth was torn, a fountain of blood shot into the sky. At the same time, a red fox as large as a calf, and with a red fur that gave the impression of bathing in flames, silently and suddenly appeared beside a wild boar's carcass. It licked clean the blood on its claws before slowly looking up as its body bent like a bow once again. And what awaited next was another round of hunting. Screech. 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 Sharp high-pitched cries pierced through the sky. The next moment, streaks of light descended one after another from high up in the sky. Even if they did not use their full strength, the impact brought by their high-speed dives granted these peregrine falcon unparalleled lethality. In just a few moments, 8 wild animals were pierced through by them, leaving behind fist-sized holes. Indeed, bullet dive had certain side effects. However, if it was within the tolerance range of these peregrine falcon, their bullet dive would turn into the most deadly weapon such that no beast could withstand a single blow. If any could, then they would be pierced through at an even faster speed, until their master was no longer threatened. Birds of prey were loyal to their masters, and it was not just some empty words. If necessary, they would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Good job, good job. Amidst the consecutive praises, Wuxia could not help but fall silent. Indeed, some animals are truly worth cultivating. Thinking so, his countless branches extended toward the sky. And then, swish, swish, swish. Like raindrops falling from the sky, the branch instantly fell from the sky. Plop, 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 squishing sounds resounded one after another as blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the cold system voice resounded in Wuxia's ears again and again. Ding, you killed a sparrow, evolution point plus 0. 1. Ding, you killed a bee, evolution point plus 0. 1. Ding, you killed a mutant sparrow, evolution point plus 1. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 16, Death Zone within 100 meters. Murderous intent surged. As an existence that had undergone a transcendence in the hierarchy of life, his power was unquestionable, and his position was indisputable. The surging power in his body told him, he was no longer an ordinary being. These lowly creatures actually dared to bare their fangs when my foundation is still not completely stable yet? You all even intended to consume me? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. A rare anger erupted within Wuxia, prompting him to unleash his true strength. Rumble, accompanied by terrifying tremors, the ground started shaking up and down like a massive earthquake. Within 100 meters around Wuxia's rooted ground, countless roots rose from everywhere, whether it was the cliffs or crevices. Black roots, like octopus tentacles, started thrashing around ruthlessly. Boom. 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 One after another, accompanied by clouds of dust, deafening bangs echoed across the canyon, giving the impression as if the earth was wailing. And amidst this endless cloud of dust, blood was raining down. In the face of Wuxia's upgraded roots, these wild beasts were truly like ants. With just a single slap, a wild boar was pounded deep into the ground. With a single thrust, a mutant rat that had stealthily emerged from the ground was carried into the sky by the roots, pierced through. At this moment, within 100-meter radius of Wuxia, everything had turned into a vacuum-like deadly domain. Anyone who wanted to live should stay away, and those who wanted to die should all come. This is so damn exhausting. Wuxia let out a long deep sigh. He felt that most of his power had been drained. This kind of outburst, where roots and branches were moving in unison, covering the sky and reducing the 100-meter zone into a death zone, might have been terrifying. But when it was all said and done, he had just advanced and had yet to fully digest his current power. If he had to do this a few more times, he believed that his body would not be able to handle it. However, there was one thing Wuxia was sure about, and that was that ordinary Tier 1 creatures would definitely not be as terrifying as he was. Not to mention, his evolution points had strengthened his body overall. Furthermore, just the fact that he was a willow tree was enough to provide him an edge over everything. Plants were not inferior to animals. In fact, the biggest hurdle before a plant was gaining sentience. But once a plant had gained sentience, even if it had just a partial control over its body, that was more than enough for it to be an overlord of an area. Just like the current Wuxia, who generally did not move, but once he did, everything within 100 meters of him was totally under his control. Anyone who entered this 100-meter zone would be forsaking his or her life to Wuxia. If anyone survived this onslaught, then he would unleash his roots and branches once again, strangling them to death. With this in mind, Wuxia could not help but look at a nearby mutated wild boar, still desperately persevering. This wild boar was simply enormous. Its size was no less than that of an elephant. Furthermore, its entire body was wrapped in a thick and solid layer of skin, which provided it a formidable defense comparable to a thick iron plate. Even in the face of Wuxia's onslaught, the mutated giant boar managed to hold on for a moment. What a pity! Wuxia heaved a light sigh in pity, but he did not hold back. He had no favorable impression of these wild beasts who wanted to devour every single piece of him. Had he not been strong enough, he would have been torn apart and devoured clean. In that case, how could Wuxia possibly show mercy? Go to hell. As he declared, his murderous intent was transmitted to the black python-like roots. Rumble. Followed by fearsome quakes as if an earth dragon was tossing and turning. A few of his subroots rapidly drilled their way out from the depths of ground. Growl. As if it sensed the danger, the blood-drenched wild boar slowly converged its defense. But right then, before it could react, boom. A giant black python shot out from the ground. Immediately after, the giant black python swiftly spiraled through the air, tightly binding one of the wild boar's hind legs. At the same time, other black subroots also attacked in succession. Boom. 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 One after another, the roots tightly bound the wild boar, binding up into a ball within a few breaths. Your defense is indeed formidable. After giving a generous praise, Wuxia could not help but sneer. But do you know who you're facing? A true monster. Saying so, his subroots started exerting force, gradually constricting, until a crisp sound of bone cracking echoed as blood stained Wuxia's roots red. Ding! You killed Tier 0 level 5 mutant wild boar, evolution points plus 50. 50 evolution points? Wuxia smiled and gained some understanding. Ordinary wild beasts were not worth much, at most just single-digit evolution points. Insects like bees provided only 0.1 evolution points. However, these Tier 0 mutant wild beasts were different. The giant golden eagle provided a whopping 70 evolution points, and this Tier 0 level 5 mutant wild boar also provided 50 evolution points. Although it could not be confirmed that a Tier 0 level 1 was worth 10 evolution points, and a Tier 0 level 2 was worth 20 evolution points, Wuxia had still roughly summarized how much each was worth. The stronger a beast was, the more evolution points could be obtained by killing it. And the evolution points provided by these Tier 0 mutant wild beasts should be tens, and the possibility of some reaching in the hundreds could not be ruled out either. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 17, Wuxia's predicament. After some contemplation, Wuxia put aside his thoughts on researching evolution points. Instead, his gaze turned to the battlefield. It was a horrid mess. The ground was dyed in blood. Countless severed limbs and mutilated carcasses silently lay littered on the ground. Wuxia let out a long, deep breath, feeling a little affected at this moment. The survival of the fittest was the most cruel and primitive law of nature. This rule was not going to be weakened just because of the mutation of different species, rather it would become even more brutal and primitive. Of course, there was one thing that remained unquestionable. The last one standing gets to laugh. Letting out a faint sigh, Wuxia suppressed his sentimental thoughts. Afterward, his roots continuously tossed and turned the soil under his command. On a second look, Yuziyu was actually burying those severed limbs and mutilated carcasses deep into the ground. Only the carcasses of the giant golden eagle and the mutant wild boar were left clear. They are yours. Yuziyu gently nudged the returning red fox and 8 peregrine falcons with his branches, signaling to them. As mutated wild beasts, the value of giant golden eagle and mutant wild boar was self-evident. Even if it was just their carcasses, they were still quite precious. Thus, they were suitable rewards for the red fox and peregrine falcons, who had performed meritorious deeds in protecting their master. Of course, if they failed to finish the carcasses and they eventually rotted, Yuziyu would get the last laugh. After all, it would become nutrients for his roots. In fact, the reason why Yuziyu turned over the entire battlefield and buried the severed limbs and mutilated carcasses deep into the ground was just for this very reason. From a certain point of view, these were the best fertilizers. They would be greatly beneficial to him. At the end of the day, a willow tree was still just a tree. However, one point worth mentioning was that Yuziyu did not want to mix any human remains among these carcasses. The psychology he had developed in his previous life as a human made it difficult for him to accept humans being used as nutrients. That was no different from him eating humans. Yuziyu was very much disgusted with the idea of doing something like that, and resisted it from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, if humans really did die, it would be better for them to die farther away so that they would never disgust him. Otherwise he would have to do what he just did. In Yuziyu's gaze, underneath dozens of dangling branches, there were actually creatures tied up one after another. The most conspicuous among them were those 2 girls. As for the others, they were some wild beasts that Yuziyu had taken fancy to, either for their appearances or for their combat abilities. The creatures he had taken liking to had been spared from being strangled to death. As for these 2 women, it was just a temporary impulse. Thinking that these 2 girls might get affected by the battlefield, and then unknowingly absorbed by Yuziyu as fertilizers. Ugh, just the thought of this made Yuziyu feel nauseous. Therefore he decisively saved these 2 girls. But how should I deal with them? Wondering, Yuziyu's gaze was filled with complex emotions as he looked at the 2 girls. In his previous life he was a human, in this life he was a tree. Although he had no intention of offending humans, he still felt a little uneasy. After all, humans were extremely xenophobic. More importantly, they possessed the power to threaten him. Without the ability to defend himself, the news of him would ultimately lead to his demise. Not to mention anything else, just mere carpet bombing was something Yuziyu could not withstand right now, let alone the various other methods humans had at their disposal. As for whether I can coexist with them, thinking of this, Yuziyu could not help but laugh at himself. If he was judged as worthless but considered a little ornamental, he might even end up in a human's garden, becoming an object on a display for the world to watch. However, the problem was that the life essence coursing through his body could accelerate the evolution of other species. Just because of this reason alone, the humans would definitely never let him go. When something's value surpasses everything, self-interest would lead their judgment. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Yuziyu fell into a rare contemplation. Letting them go. That is absolutely impossible. I do not trust these 2 girls, and nor do I trust the human race. As for killing, that would be difficult. Yuziyu had never killed a human before. Although he had shown no mercy when dealing with the wild beasts, it was because of the influence from his previous life. Furthermore, these 2 girls were currently just potential threats, which did not warrant capital punishment. If he were to kill these 2 girls, it would brand him as a tree that kills humans. From then on, Yuziyu would undoubtedly face a relentless onslaught if others found out about it. Damn, these 2 are such a pain. After much hesitation, Yuziyu could not help but vent his frustration. To kill or not to kill, it was a decision that hung in a balance. However, considering the troubles that would arise in the future, it was no longer a simple decision. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 18, Shroud of Mist and Hallucinogen. As dawn painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the sun bid its farewell, casting a tapestry of vibrant colors in its descent. The battle during the day shook the entire canyon, and even now it has not completely subsided. In the distance, a thick scent of blood was lingering in the air, unable to dissipate. But at this moment, Yuziyu was surging with a rare sense of anticipation. Yes, anticipation. Apparently, his current status screen had already undergone a complete overhaul. Race, Mutant Willow Tree. Title, Tree Demon. Life, 0.4/200 years. Evolution points, 149, can be obtained by absorbing unknown energy and refining under the sunlight, or by preying on other animals, even plants, and extracting from them. Rank, Tiered 1, you have undergone a metamorphosis in the hierarchy of life, and evolved into a powerful existence. Innate skill, superb regeneration, a terrifying talent unique to the plants. It greatly enhances the speed of regeneration. Even if relatively fragile parts like branches are damaged, they can regenerate in an instant with the help of the surging energy in the body. Can evolve. Unique abilities, mutated branches 50, flexible like arm, swift like wind. Can evolve. Mutated roots 9, terrifying roots that are like a black python, strong enough to strangle everything. Can evolve. Life essence, a spiritual elixir bred within the body. It's capable of speeding up the evolution of other species, and also has therapeutic and restorative effects. Caution, using it in excess should be avoided, as excessive expenditure of it would degrade your own foundation. Compared to the beginning, his status screen had undoubtedly become much richer. Furthermore, his evolution points had also reached a staggering 150. So many evolution points granted him a chance to advance his strength to a higher level once again. However, that was not the most important thing. The truly important discovery was a very pleasant surprise on his status screen. He could choose the direction of his ability evolution to enrich his own tricks in his arsenal. For example, Shroud of Mist, active skill. It would trigger the release of a dense fog from the body, shrouding several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers around him, allowing him to hide himself. Hallucinogen, active skill. It would imbue the mist and even the branches with hallucinatory effects, which were capable of deceiving the perception of animals and even humans to some extent. These were two excellent abilities and they caught Uziyu's eyes. If there were no unexpected developments, these two abilities would become the foundation for his future development while lying low. Of course, the most important thing right now was to activate these two abilities. Ding. Please confirm whether you want to spend 20 evolution points to activate the Shroud of Mist and hallucinogen abilities. Hearing the cold electronic synthesized voice, Uziyu nodded and confirmed, yes. The moment he gave his confirmation, his body violently trembled, followed by a warm current coursing through his body. Subsequently, a mysterious message also surfaced in his mind. Is that how it works? Uziyu, as if enlightened, suddenly stirred the branches and leaves, rustle, accompanied by the shaking of countless leaves. Faint mist began to rise. The mist was not that dense, but it resembled the misty air of the mountain. Slowly, like a magical veil, it began to envelop Uziyu's body. And right at this moment, Uziyu also activated another ability, Hallucinogen. Hallucinogen, it had the power to fool the perception of animals and even humans to some extent. Abilities like Hallucinogen were not uncommon. Many plants possessed similar abilities. They would secrete special substances, which could then in turn induce delirium. Only, it never occurred to Uziyu that it would be possible for him to cast hallucinations to others in the form of a willow tree. Smiling, Uziyu also concealed his own aura and silently observed, *screech. A sharp cry resounded in the distance as a peregrine falcon that was still feasting alongside a red fox suddenly became restless and flapped its wings, as if it had noticed something. It slowly took flight as a hint of doubt flashed in the depths of its eyes. Not only it, the other peregrine falcons and even the red fox seemed to have noticed the anomaly and slowly stopped eating. Their gazes wandered everywhere as a sense of unease filled their eyes. Disappeared. Master has disappeared. Tap, 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 a little cautious, the red fox slowly tread on the ground. But after a moment, a burst of red light suddenly ignited in its beautiful eyes. Immediately after, it let out a joyful howl before it pounced forward. Impressive, I didn't expect you to actually see through my dense fog. Laughing, Uziyu waved his branch, gently deflecting the pouncing red fox, and incidentally dissipating the power of hallucinogen. The next moment, *screech, screech, screech. Joyous cries resounded through the canyon as the 8 peregrine falcon flew over one after another. Not long after, a sudden groan attracted Uziyu's attention. Raising his gaze, he looked toward the 2 women bound by his branches. One of them seemed to be waking up as the furrow on her brow gradually relaxed. Is she finally waking up? Filled with a rare sense of anticipation, Uziyu knew that he had to face the real ordeal now. However, before that, he seemed to have something to do. For instance, suddenly an idea crossed his mind and subsequently the mist rose up, gradually shrouding the woman. The activation of hallucinogen ability required a medium, and mist happened to be the excellent medium. Furthermore, it was worth mentioning that the ability to create dense fog had become instinctive for him, like undergoing photosynthesis. He was constantly inhaling and exhaling dense fog. This way, his dense fog would envelop the entire canyon and the surrounding mountains at a terrifying speed. Furthermore, he planned to further strengthen the shroud of mist and hallucinogen abilities, utilizing them to create the world's first forbidden zone, the Valley of Mist. Since it was the era of transcendence, a forbidden zone was absolutely necessary. Outsiders were forbidden to enter. Any trespasser would meet their demise. It would become a forbidden zone for humans and all creatures alike. Slowly, a wild ambition was rising within Wuxia. If peaceful coexistence was not achievable, then non-interference would suffice. If even this basic requirement could not be met, Wuxia would not mind rallying the hordes of beasts and initiate a true race war to secure a foothold. Of course, the final outcome ultimately rested upon the choices made by the humans. As for whether humanity could rise in the era of transcendence. Apologies, as a true intelligent species, Wuxia believed that even if spiritual energy favored plants and animals, humans would still rise. Intelligence was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon. Furthermore, human civilization possessed extremely terrifying high-tech weapons that unless a true champion emerged who could face humanity's high-tech weapons, the position of humans as the dominant species would remain unshakable, even in the era of transcendence. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 19, External Situation. Upgrading abilities. Where did you come from? A small village at the foot of the mountain. What significant events have happened recently? Significant events? The girl furrowed her brow slightly, which made her already confused face look even more confused. I mean, have there been any strange occurrences lately, or? Wuxia made an effort to organize his mental language in an attempt to make the girl understand what he meant. His fog was quite miraculous as it could affect one's psyche. Thus, Wuxia could further use the fog to directly convey his thoughts to the girl's mind and vice versa. Thus, there was no barrier of language between them. In other words, Wuxia could converse with humans. However, the prerequisite was that they were shrouded in the mist. Significant events? The girl's relaxed brow furrowed once again, seemingly deep in thought. The next moment, she seemed to have recalled something as she suddenly started speaking. The theory of rise of transcendence and the resurgence of spiritual energy has been trending recently. Also, a cruise ship and an airplane seem to have been swallowed by monsters. And... The girl spoke slowly at first as if she was organizing her thoughts, and then started speaking faster and faster. Right then, the girl's voice carried a hint of doubt as if she was puzzled. What else are you thinking about? Slowly loosening the branch binding the girl, Wuxia gently asked with the help of the mist. The village seems to be relocating. According to our grandpa the village chief, the country is developing new towns, and intends to relocate the small villages deep in the mountains. Moreover, the military seems to be recruiting more people. Recently, quite a few villagers have been conscripted by the state. Are they in a state of alert? With slight worries weighing on his heart, Wuxia was also surprised by the speed of the country's response. After all, the bureaucratic gears of a country were usually slow to turn. And for them to have such a quick response, it was evident that they already had some level of confirmation. In other words, there is a high chance that the era of transcendence has truly arrived. Whispering in his heart, Wuxia also asked the final question weighing on his mind. Have you humans felt any changes in your bodies? Changes? After hesitating for a moment, the girl finally replied, I've recently seen reports on television about someone able to lift a huge rock, and there was also a man running through the streets in flames. At this point, the girl briefly paused, pondered for a long time before finally adding, however, they all seem to have gone missing. Is that so? Wuxia smiled. He had some level of understanding as to what was going on. If his guess was right, these people were probably the first awakened elites with abilities among humans. Unfortunately, in the face of an institution like a country, all that ultimately awaited them was conscription. From now on, it was a world full of darkness and slaughter. Of course, it all depended on the progress of transcendence. If someday they could freely walk in the open, then a glorious era should have arrived. However, judging by the accounts of the girl, Wuxia primarily concluded that humans had weak affinity with spiritual energy. It should be brought to notice that among the fierce beasts, war machines like the giant golden eagle and wild boar had already appeared. Wuxia might have been able to kill them, but in terms of combat power alone, they were in no way weak. According to Wuxia's estimation, a full-powered golden eagle was more than capable of rivaling fighter jets, and as for the mutant boars, they should be able to play with tanks. In conclusion, human evolution is not as fast as ordinary animals, let alone monsters like him who have truly transcended. Wuxia felt slightly relieved, but the fog of doubt clouding his mind had still not dispersed. These two girls, one's name was He-Ching Air, and the other's name was He-Ling Air. Through the shroud of mist and hallucinogen, Wuxia had roughly figured out that these two were unreliable. After all, when he asked the younger sister, He-Ling Air, she even proposed going back and reporting the anomaly here to her grandfather, the village chief. A slight chill ran through Wuxia's heart, causing his branches to tremble slightly. Seems like you have chosen the road to hell. Wuxia muttered as his branches slowly began to wrap around the necks of two girls, whose consciousness was still hazy. The delicate branches were slowly creeping around their snow-white necks. With just a single command they would perish. But after a moment, Wuxia slowly loosened the branches as if he had thought of something. System, I want to upgrade the hallucinogen ability. Ding, please confirm if you want to upgrade? Yes. Nodding, Wuxia's evolution points decreased by another 10 points. The number of evolution points required to upgrade these unique abilities vary. Hallucinogen in particular had consumed a whopping 10 points. As for others, the minimum was 5 points, and the most demanding was his innate skill super regeneration, that required a stunning 50 points. Although Wuxia had plenty of evolution points, he could not maintain this kind of consumption for long. However, upgrading the hallucinogen ability was necessary. Because at this moment, Wuxia had found a clever use of it. Humph. Sneering, Wuxia already felt his body undergoing another metamorphosis. It was somewhat elusive, hazy and indistinct. Faintly, a strange fragrance was pervading the air. Holy shit, so fast! Wuxia exclaimed. He could not help but be surprised by the immense power of the evolution points. In just a few breaths, his hallucinogen ability had significantly strengthened. Hallucinogen, level 2. You can greatly influence the minds of animals and even humans and even alter their cognition. Caution, requires a significant amount of energy and time. Pretty good. Wuxia nodded in gratification, extremely satisfied with his enhanced hallucinogen ability. As for time and energy, he had an abundance of them. Another point worth his attention was the level 2 after the hallucinogen, which likely indicated the level of the ability's strength. If Wuxia's guess was right, it might correspond to Tier 1, Tier 2. In that case, there might even be level 9 abilities in the future. TSK, if there is really level 9 hallucinogen, I'm afraid it will be possible to weave a false world on the mental plane and enslave others with a single thought. Thinking of this, Wuxia could not help but think of a terrifying ability from an anime, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The pinnacle of illusory techniques. Ashish. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a type of genjutsu capable of trapping living things within an alternate dimension, known as the Dream World or the Infinite Tsukuyomi World. In Naruto, this technique is considered the most powerful genjutsu. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 20, A Perfect Murder. Suppressing his desire for a level 9 ability, Wuxia's gaze slightly narrowed as he focused on the two women nearby, who were slowly regaining consciousness. What a pity! As his words fell, an inexplicable force enveloped them. Soon after, their entire body could not help but tremble as if resisting. It's useless. Laughing, Wuxia gestured with his branch as a peregrine falcon descended. Don't let me down, Fal-I. The gentle branch lightly stroked the peregrine falcon's head. Using the power to influence the mind through the mist, it was the first time Wuxia had given a command to the largest peregrine falcon. Fal-I. Not a bad name. As for the others, they will be called Fal-2, Fal-3, simple and straightforward. I like it. Thinking of this, Wuxia could not help but laugh at himself, wondering if these peregrine falcons would blame him once they gained true intelligence in the future. After all, there was no one with such stupid names. Not long after, at the exit of the canyon, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps, two raggedly dressed girls slowly emerged from the hazy mist. Sis, what happened? With a splitting headache and glimpses of fragmented memories flashing through her mind every now and then, the younger sister, Ling Er, asked in confusion. It looks like we fell off a cliff and luckily did not die. Shaking her head, Er recalled the memories that flashed through her mind. However, deep down, Er always had a nagging feeling that something was not right. She felt as if she had witnessed something unimaginable. Only, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Grabbing her younger sister's hand, Er gently suggested, "Let's go back first. These fragmented memories are not giving me a good feeling." And, tightening her clothes that could no longer conceal her beautiful hills and ravines, Ling Er nodded and followed her sister toward the village at the foot of the mountain. However, at this moment, oblivious to them, a peregrine falcon was flying high in the sky, amidst the dense clouds, screech. The peregrine falcon let out a sharp cry, its fierce and piercing eyes were dead fixated on the two girls moving through the forest. Time always passes in the blink of an eye. In a flash it was already midnight. At this moment, not too far away from Wuxia, in a remote village at the foot of the mountain, an aged man was gazing toward the depths of the mountains, his face filled with worries. Huh? The village chief put down his smoking pipe and heaved a helpless sigh. How many times have I told these girls not to venture deep into the mountains? Why do they pay no heed to my warnings every time? Listening to the village chief's ramblings, the nearby old Li also slapped his thigh in anger and impatience, rebuking, "I don't know what to say. Those two are well aware of the recent situation of the mountains. A few days ago, I saw a green snake the size of a millstone. It scared the shit out of me. I'm too afraid to go deep into the mountains now. But they still keep trying to go deeper into the mountains. They still haven't come back. I'm afraid something might have happened to those two." Another worried elderly man chimed in, looking at the crowd. "Should we call the police?" "Call the police?" Listening to the villagers' discussion, the village chief took a deep puff from his smoking pipe as a grave and worried look appeared on his face. Finally, as if resigned to fate, he sighed and agreed, "I guess we—" But before he could finish the sentence, a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly came from afar. "Village chief, those two are back, they're back." "They're back?" The village chief instantly stood up from his chair, filled with excitement. He pushed past the crowd, running toward the entrance of the village. Soon at the village entrance, on a muddy path with overgrown weeds, two figures supporting each other slowly emerged from the darkness. Even before they could reach everyone could hear their excited voice, "Grandpa, we're back." That's great, that's great." Setting down his smoking pipe, the village chief waved his hand toward the two vague figures in the distance. But right then, screech. A barely perceptible sharp cry resounded from the depths of the night sky, followed by a fleeting black shadow on the horizon. Taking a closer look, it was actually a peregrine falcon with a wingspan of about 2 meters. At this moment, this raptor happened to be holding a green snake in its talons. The green snake was not that big, but its entire body happened to be black as ink despite its name. It was one of the prey captured by Wuxia, a mutant green snake. Compared to other mutated animals, the most terrifying aspect of this mutant green snake was its potent venom. Its venom was so terrifyingly potent that it made even Wuxia slightly wary. And now, this fearsome mutant green snake was in the peregrine falcon's talons. Screech. With a soft cry, the peregrine falcon slowly loosened its talon, releasing the mutant green snake that slowly fell into the darkness of the night like a kite with a broken string. And a short while after this, "On! No!" 2 consecutive screams echoed right in the horrified gaze of a dozen or so villagers as the 2 familiar figures collapsed halfway. "My angels!" The village chief threw his smoking pipe aside and, along with a dozen villagers, ran along the muddy path. This should be a foolproof plan, right? Looking at the night sky, Wuxia heaved a helpless sigh. He had gone to great lengths to ensure that these 2 potential threats would be eliminated without raising any suspicions. Using his hallucinogens, he temporarily altered their memories, making them unable to remember anything about him for at least the next few days. This way, even if they encountered the villagers, they would not mention anything about him. Afterward, he had the peregrine falcon, grab the mutant green snake and hover above the 2 girls. He had ordered the peregrine falcon to release the green snake when the two girls had encountered other humans. By doing this, the mutant green snake would become the true instrument of their death. At that time, whether the mutant green snake would be killed by the enraged villagers, or manage to escape was irrelevant. After all, everyone saw that it was a green snake that bit the two girls to death. And he, the willow tree, could naturally get away with their murders. After all, the most advantageous witnesses were the villagers. If nothing unexpected happened, this would become another typical case of mutant beasts attacking humans. It was worth mentioning that in order to make the mutant green snake target the two girls, Wuxia had sacrificed some of his life essence, smearing it on their bodies. With such temptation, the mutant green snake, which fell not far away from them, naturally saw them as precious prey. However, there was another small detail worth commending. The life essence would gradually dissipate over time, and by the time a night had passed, the life essence would have completely dissipated, erasing even the last strand of evidence. Wuxia could not help but smile in his heart, a little impressed at his caution. A case like this should be called murder, and it was even at the level of perfect murder. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 21. Trees can nurture souls. It was night, slightly chilly but with stars dotting the sky. In one particular canyon, a misty haze had enveloped the surrounding, giving the impression as if something was gestating within it. Wuxia was completely immersed in the depths of his body, quietly appreciating the profound transformation brought about by reaching Tier 1. Roots, stems, and leaves were three important parts of a tree. Each part had its respective unique qualities. The leaves could generate mist, and which in turn could induce hallucinations, confusing others. The stem was Wuxia's tentacles, the thousands of branches that possessed hardness comparable to steel, and their flexibility was self-evident. However, the most terrifying were the black roots buried deep within the ground. Their power was extremely formidable, and their hardness even surpassed the branches, instilling fear in all who saw them. Just their power of strangulation alone put them on par with a tangle of Tier 1 pythons attacking together. Such immense power was the reason why Wuxia possessed the capital to rule over the forest when he reached Tier 1. Tier 1 was akin to a whole metamorphosis. Below that, the 9 levels of Tier 0 served as a prelude to the transcendence of Tier 1, in which one's body was gradually tempered, allowing one to adapt to the power of transcendence. Above that were the 9 tiers of ascension, each tier harder than the previous, making the path to ascension awe-inspiring. According to the information in the depths of his consciousness, if Wuxia managed to reach Tier 4 someday, it should be a piece of cake for him to gain a foothold on this planet. Thinking of this, Wuxia was filled with a deep sense of anticipation. However, right at this moment, Wuxia's branches abruptly trembled as if sensing something. Immediately after, swish 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 followed by swishing sounds, his dozens of branches shot up in the sky. In the direction they were aiming at, a streak of starlight resembling a shooting star happened to be streaking over. It was not that fast, but it was emitting a hazy halo. No matter what it was, the fact that it was approaching at this time of the night was more than enough to arouse Wuxia's vigilance. Without a moment of hesitation, Wuxia launched an attack. But the next moment Wuxia's heart sank. Much to his dismay, his branches passed straight through that streaking starlight. It's immune to physical attacks? Wuxia could not help but be astonished and stopped all his movements. Although he did not want to admit it, the current him only possessed physical attacks in his arsenal. As for his hallucinogen ability, it was not an attack, rather more of a sensory confusion. It had little to no effect on this strange starlight that seemed like an energy entity. At this moment, as the streaking starlight drew near, Wuxia came to notice something, which made his body involuntarily tremble. Looking closely at the approaching starlight, Wuxia discovered that there was a familiar figure inside it, much to his surprise. It could either be He Qing-er or He Ling-er. It was one of the two girls he had meticulously plotted against. However, the flying figure appeared to be a little blurry and indistinct, and was surrounded by a faint glow. If it were not for the familiar face, Wuxia might not have recognized her. An entity made of energy? Could it be? Wuxia's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Race, human, mutated soul. Innate skill, immunity to physical attacks. Abilities, enhanced psyche, awakened. One of the few psychic abilities that allows her to briefly exist in the world after death. Telepathy, awakened. Somewhere there is a similar flower that is connected to her mind. Staring blankly at the streak of starlight and the status screen floating over its head, Yuziyu could not help but be immersed in thoughts. Soul. Even this kind of thing has emerged. Well, it's understandable. Given that the era of transcendence has arrived, the emergence of souls is within the realm of possibility. Just as Yuziyu was lost in his thoughts. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and much to Yuziyu's surprise, the streak of starlight started violently swaying along the wind. It looked like a cluster of sparks in the middle of night, on the verge of collapsing. Immune to physical attacks but vulnerable to the wind? What? Yuziyu could not help but be speechless at the sight of this. However, after giving it a thought, Yuziyu also began to understand. At the end of the day, it was a soul that would eventually dissipate. It was not so much that it was vulnerable to the wind, but rather the night breeze would accelerate her dissipation. As for why she was invulnerable to the wind caused by Yuziyu's branches, Yuziyu had no idea. Perhaps the night breeze possessed some peculiar power? Yuziyu stopped delving too deep into it. The concept of soul was far out of his reach. If transcendence shattered his grasp on reality, then the emergence of souls revealed another aspect of the world. And this aspect of the world was so out of his reach that he could not explore it at the moment. The streak of flickering starlight abruptly came to halt, as if it had sensed something. Immediately after, it shot straight toward the ground like a shooting star. And its target was not that far from Yuziyu. Slightly startled, a hint of doubt appeared on Yuziyu's face. What is she doing? However, just as a doubt arose in Yuziyu's heart, he suddenly trembled. Because at that moment he felt that one of his subroots seemed to have gained something extra, rumble. Accompanied by tremors, a black root slowly emerged from the ground, pushing aside the soil. Yuziyu's gaze focused on the end of this black root. Much to his astonishment, he discovered a vague ethereal girl tightly hugging the root, as if she was cradling her favorite doll. Her face was filled with absolute content. Unique ability, soul nurturing. As one of the best conduits for souls to linger in this world, your mutated roots are much desired by the souls. Trees can nourish souls, nothing is better than this. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 22, He soul-nourishing tree. Am I a walking treasure trove? Mocking himself, Yuziyu looked at the ethereal girl holding onto the black tree root, with a mixed feeling. The concept of trees nurturing souls was not unfamiliar to him. In his memories there were stories of a divine tree called the soul-nourishing tree. Its branches alone, worn on the body, could nourish the mind and soul, gradually strengthening them. Though Yuziyu's roots might not have such exaggerated effects, they should still have some degree of soul-nourishing properties. However, the current situation was completely out of his expectation and put him in a tough spot. After making a difficult decision to eliminate the two girls, they had unexpectedly come knocking at his door after her death. Wait a minute, after death? As if he had realized something, Yuziyu was momentarily stunned. There is only one soul and they were two sisters. In other words, the other girl is still alive. Coming to this conclusion, Yuziyu's heart was slightly troubled with worries. This was extremely bad news. It must be brought to notice that although his hallucinogen ability could change the memories, it was not permanent. If they were subjected to some kind of stimulation, the likelihood of their memories resurfacing was quite high. Taking a long deep breath, Yuziyu tried to calm himself down. It was useless to panic at this moment. Furthermore, it might still be possible to salvage the situation. With just a thought. Screech. 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 The mutant peregrine falcons perching on the tree rose into air, letting out sharp, high-pitched screams. If necessary, he could send the peregrine falcon to rectify everything. However, in doing so, the peregrine falcon would be exposed. Yuziyu took another deep breath, filled with rare hesitation. But right then, a faint thought suddenly echoed in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? It was the standard three questions that slightly took Yuziyu aback. He smiled, seeing the nearby ethereal girl who had just opened her eyes, with a look of confusion on her face. She must have lost her memories, or more accurately, her soul should be incomplete, and she can't remember most of her past life. But that might be for the better. Sometimes it is better to forget some things. Right at that moment, Yuziyu softly murmured, as if he had realized something, Telepathy. That's right, telepathy. It's the unique ability of this mutated soul. It's probably because she and the other girl are twins. The awakening of her psychic abilities might allow her to sense the other girl's condition. In that case, thinking of this, Yuziyu could not help but laugh. By the looks of it, he had found a better solution. In the stillness of the night, with moonlight casting shadows, a willow tree stood in the depths of a canyon shrouded in a mist. Beneath the willow tree, a segment of the black root emerged from the soil, and perched upon it was a small ethereal figure. Like a sprite, the palm-sized girl happened to be lying curled up, clutching her legs at the end of the root. "Master, my perception is a bit hazy," the girl stated, lifting her head and gazing at the willow tree with adoration. The intimate feeling that was rising from the depths of her soul made her wholeheartedly trust this mysterious existence, as if this willow tree was everything to her. And why not? After her death, He-Ching-Er was a soul without a body. If she were to lose Yuziyu, she would vanish from the face of the earth. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yuziyu was everything to her. A bit hazy? Yuziyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly moved a branch above the girl's head. The branch slowly snapped, dripping a few drops of glistening essence. "I wonder if my essence will be of any use to you." Yuziyu was a bit uncertain, but this was the only means to help He-Ching-Er. And the reason why he was helping He-Ching-Er was because after a brief conversation with her, Yuziyu discovered that besides recalling her own name, the rest of her memories were completely blank, like a white piece of paper. And this happened to align with Yuziyu's intentions. A girl like her was suitable to be cultivated. Drip, as the life essence dripped on He-Ching-Er, her ethereal body suddenly shook. Right then, something marvelous happened. Her body had solidified to some extent. He could even catch a glimpse of her uncovered beautiful hills and valleys. Of course, it was only visible to Yuziyu. For some reason, neither the red fox nor the peregrine falcons could see the girl. Instead, it was Yuziyu who could see her and perceive her thoughts and desires. Is it because I have some kind of mysterious connection with her? Or maybe, it is because her soul was resting on my roots, which enables me to easily sense what she is thinking if I ever wish to check. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 23, the most fearless animal in the world. "Master, I saw it." Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement rang as the young girl jumped up and down like a child showing off her achievements. "What did you see?" Listening to her voice, Yuziyu's spirit was slightly aroused. This is indeed good news. I can't put it into words." After pondering for a moment, the young girl replied in embarrassment. Then she shook her head and added, "But I can show you." Saying this, the young girl's pupils suddenly constricted before an invisible power began to surge. Right at that moment, vivid scenes flashed in Yuziyu's mind. The scenes painted the picture of a village, faintly echoing with the cries of people. The scene suddenly shifted and Yuziyu saw two beds. Lying on the beds was none other than He-Ching-Er and He-Ling-Er. "Village chief, please restrain your grief. Ching-Er is probably not going to make it, but there is still hope for Ling-Er. She's just in a coma." Coma? It's more than that. She had a high fever that hadn't gone down until now. Ah. Vague voices slowly reached Yuziyu's ears, bringing him a sense of relief. Just as he had guessed, He-Ching-Er's soul could sense her younger sister, He-Ling-Er. Right then, a voice filled with surprise rang in Yuziyu's mind. "Master, I discovered that I can move." Immediately after, the scene in Yuziyu's mind changed once more. He saw a pale girl with beads of sweat dripping down her forehead lying on a bed. Suddenly, her fingers moved slightly. She moved, village chief Ling-Er's finger just moved. An excited voice suddenly echoed in the small room. But before Yuziyu could take a closer look, the images became blurry and eventually disappeared. And now, as his consciousness returned to reality, Yuziyu shifted his gaze to the nearby He-Ching-Er, who still had her eyes closed, a complicated look appearing on his face. Telepathy was a very unique ability which was related to one's mind and soul. Even Yuziyu could not fathom how it truly worked. Even so, by the looks of it, He-Ching-Er here could even manipulate the body of her sister, He-Ling-Er, who was very far away. Although it was just the slight movement of fingers, Yuziyu saw something called hope. "I hope my choice is right." Sighing in his heart, Yuziyu once again reaffirmed his determination. Soon, He-Ching-Er leisurely woke up and shook her head. She looked a little tired. Right then, a branch gently landed on her head as if it was caressing her. Although she could not feel it, He could not help but let out a sonorous laughter. Master. Nodding, Yuziyu instructed her with a smile. Keep practicing, train your telepathic abilities a lot more. Saying so, Yuziyu reminded her, if you notice any unusual movements over there, be sure to tell me. Unusual movements? He looked slightly taken aback, asking in wonder. Yes, unusual movements like if the body you were controlling wakes up or if some strange person arrives. Speaking up to this point, Yuziyu did not add anything further. She was like a blank piece of paper, lacking much knowledge. However, things should improve over time. By then, Yuziyu would have gained a very capable helper. Not to mention the others, just the fact that she could remotely control her sister's body and gather information was the greatest help to Yuziyu. After all, he knew he could not trust humans. However, He was different. In her current state, she was someone he could trust. The fact that they were fellow anomalies, and her entire existence depended on him was more than enough to win his trust. As for whether He would wake up and report about him to others, Yuziyu believed that it to be impossible. Meanwhile, He who had awakened her psychic abilities, should have no problem replacing her. Of course, it was not that urgent at the moment. Through the recent images, Yuziyu also discovered some abnormalities in He body. An unusual energy was coursing through her body. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the awakening of her innate skills, which would require at least 10 to 15 days. This period was more than enough time for Yuziyu to train He Time passed quickly. In a flash, half the night had already passed. The horizon was adorned with a beautiful morning glow, a veil of mist blanketed the surroundings. At this moment, the weakened He had already fallen asleep, hugging his root. With a thought, the ground quaked as Yuziyu sank the black root back deep into the ground. Yuziyu had no idea whether He could remain in sunlight or not, but he could not take the chance. It was better to sink the root back into the ground. Furthermore, after a night of bonding, Yuziyu also became keenly aware that He resting on his root seemed to be of some benefit to him as well. As for what exactly those benefits were, it was hard to explain. Yuziyu felt a cool and refreshing feeling coursing through his roots, relieving much of his fatigue. Yuziyu smiled, but he did not attach much attention to it. Compared to these inexplicable benefits, he liked He around him as she was more of a chatting companion for him. He felt as if he had not talked to anyone like this in a long time. This night alleviated much of his loneliness. However, it was nothing but just a means to distract his mind from loneliness, nothing more, nothing less. He could not forget about the important matters at hand. Shifting his gaze, Yuziyu focused his attention on the nearby dangling branches. Apparently, one prey after another was tied and hung by each branch. Hung on one branch was a monkey whose golden fur was shining brightly in the morning light. It was very dazzling. Its large, bright eyes happened to be wide open, yet it was not making a fuss. However, Yuziyu believed that if it were not for the fact that it was tied by his branch, it would probably be the most exciting one right now. After all, the intelligent gleam flickering in its eyes could not deceive anyone. What a clever monkey! After praising in his heart, Yuziyu's gaze shifted once again. In addition to the monkey, there was also a wild buffalo, a white crane for wolves, and an animal with a flat head, white hair, and a silver cloak. A honey badger, and it was the wild beast that left Yuziyu most bewildered. Everyone might not have heard of honey badger, but it had a nickname that everyone had certainly heard of. Brother Flathead. It was ready to fight anyone, whether it was killer bees or lions. It had also entered the Guinness Book of World Records as the world's most fearless animal. But isn't this fellow usually found in Africa, West Asia, and South Asia? How did it end up here inland? Could it be that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, these little critters had also started migrating? Feeling a little astonished, Yuziyu carefully observed this little creature. It was about 70 centimeters long and looked quite petite. From its appearance, Yuziyu found it a bit cute and dumb as well as a little goofy. Its head was flat and its back was covered with white fur. It resembled a street thug who had intentionally dyed his hair white. No wonder people called it Brother Flathead. It truly lives up to its name. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 24, The Power of Turn 1. In the empty space within the canyon, Several tree cages of various sizes were situated around a large willow tree. Most of the animals inside these cages were docile, prostrating on the ground. Except for one particular beast in a cage, Wuxia found himself completely helpless. Inside the cage was a honey badger with white hair on its head who happened to be tirelessly digging with its claws, displaying an unwavering determination. How stubborn. Sighing, Wuxia chose to ignore this extremely stubborn honey badger. It was an irrefutable fact that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the beast had gained more intelligence. Just like the golden monkey, the moment Wuxia released it from the branch, it obediently ran over to his side. Although its round eyes kept darting around, its tamed appearance could not be faked. Not only the monkey but also the wild buffalo with black horns resembling crescent moons, lay docile beside Wuxia's trunk. But the honey badger was different. As the most untamable animal, it showed firsthand what stubbornness meant. The moment he released it from the branch, it shot off into the distance like an arrow, infuriating Wuxia, who whipped him at once. Yet this fellow remained unyielding. It would rather take Wuxia's whip than stop running like a madman. Even now, confined in the cage woven by Wuxia's roots, it had not given up. "At least you guys are obedient," stated Wuxia and smiled, shifting his gaze to the other animals that were well behaved in the remaining cages. Except for the honey badger, the other animals truly gave Wuxia a pleasant surprise. Especially the wild buffalo. Race, mutant wild buffalo. Life, 430 years. Rank, Tier 0 Level 2. Innate talent, crescent bull horns. Its fiercely sharp horns are the most terrifying weapon, capable of instantly tearing its enemies apart. Unique abilities, Earth Stamp, it raises its forelimbs and stamps on the ground. Its terrifying power can even shake the earth. Although this wild buffalo was only at Tier 0 Level 2, its innate talent was truly outstanding. It had to be noted that even the red fox he valued only had a unique ability, while the peregrine falcons possessed an innate talent. Whereas this wild buffalo possessed both innate talent and unique ability simultaneously. Wuxia had to admit that this talent was increasing his anticipation. An innate talent was a natural-born ability, a terrifying ability that could grow stronger. The stronger the individual, the more formidable their innate talent became. Just like the peregrine falcon's innate talent, bullet dive, which would continue to evolve with the peregrine falcon's strength. In the future, it might be possible for them to pierce through their enemies in an instant like a bolt of lightning. On the other hand, the unique abilities were different. It was an ability developed by chance or opportunity. If it was not practiced, its strength would remain stagnant. Red fox, peregrine falcons, wild buffalo, and this little one, can be the prime focus of training. As he gently stroked the golden monkey sitting on the branch, Wuxia began to plan ahead in his mind. As for the others, such as the white crane wolves as well as that honey badger, those who had not been tamed were not worth Wuxia's time and effort to cultivate. Besides, his patience was limited. If these guys did not obediently listen after being starved for a while, Wuxia did not mind killing them to gain evolution points and enhance himself. After all, Wuxia had an urgent need for evolution points right now. There were many abilities waiting to be upgraded. New abilities were also waiting to be developed. And after fully digesting these abilities, Wuxia would further need evolution points to break through to an even more terrifying Tier 2. Just thinking about it, Wuxia could not help but feel excited. If he was already so powerful at Tier 1, how terrifying would he be at Tier 2? What was worth mentioning was Wuxia's current transformation. His body of willow tree was already 32 meters tall, and with a trunk diameter of 1 to 2 meters. Furthermore, Wuxia could feel that his rate of growth was accelerating. Perhaps it was because of awakening this innate talent, super regeneration. Wuxia could sense the continuous vitality within him. If he did not consume this vitality, this abundant vitality would continue to accelerate his growth speed, until one day he would be big enough to cover the sky and sun in true sense. In addition to the increase in his size, Wuxia also noticed that the toughness of his bark was no less inferior to ordinary steel, and it might even be stronger. As for his most formidable roots, their toughness was quite likely much stronger than the bark. Putting everything aside, I should be able to withstand a salvo of artillery. Assessing his defense, Wuxia felt a little confident. If he could not even withstand artillery bombardment, he might as well go straight to humans and surrender. After all, artillery shells were just a relatively common weapon among humans. Something like cannonball could mostly be withstood as long as one's defense was sufficiently strong. The truly terrifying weapons were rarely revealed. For instance, biological weapons, genetic weapons, and the most fearsome nuclear weapons and hydrogen bombs that were built for mass destruction. Until he had the means to resist these weapons, Wuxia would never willingly show himself in front of humans. If he failed to show off his strength, he would just be seeking death. As a former human, Wuxia deeply understood the concept: people of a different race or ethnicity could not be trusted. Besides, there was another thing to be vigilant about. If the humans perceived someone as a threat to their status, the extremists among the humans would not hesitate to destroy this person by any means necessary. They would not shy away from deploying nuclear and hydrogen bombs. Therefore, lying low and getting stronger was the way to go. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 25, Spiritual Interference in Reality. Shaking his head and dispelling the worries bogging his mind, Wuxia once again assessed the changes brought by reaching Tier 1. Not only were various aspects of his body enhanced, but also his vision. Currently, Wuxia's vision could extend at least 2 kilometers beyond his body. At the same time, if he raised his branch and looked at the ground from a height, he could even see the ants hundreds of meters away on the ground. Both his visual range and visual acuity had undergone a qualitative transformation. If Wuxia fully activated his vision, he even felt that he had entered a god's perspective, giving him the illusion of everything being under his control. It was truly terrifying, which made Wuxia extremely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, the stronger he got, the better. One thing that was worth mentioning was the speed at which Wuxia absorbed spiritual energy from the air. At present, Wuxia estimated that the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy from the air was several times faster than before. It was precisely because of this aspect that Wuxia was rapidly growing in all aspects without any signs of stopping. Of course, spiritual energy was just a complementary feature of the era of transcendence, which could accelerate one's evolution. Still, what truly concerned Wuxia was evolution points. As his cheat, evolution points could be obtained by hunting other animals, or by refining sunlight. Now he could obtain 1 evolution point by refining sunlight for a day, compared to the previous 0. 1 evolution points he obtained from a day's effort. This increase was a staggering 10-fold. In other words, even if Wuxia did not hunt other animals, his growth would still not stop, at most it would slow down. Now that I think about this, I'm really fortunate. Smiling, Wuxia was a little glad. Being able to live in such an era was truly a blessing. He could undergo endless evolution. Maybe one day he could detach himself from his tree body and achieve new heights. He was habitually indulging in his Chinibu fantasies, but unfortunately things were different from before. Various animals as well as the soul, Qing air, were capable of shattering Wuxia's flight of fantasies. A pleasant voice rang in Wuxia's mind, shattering his fantasies. "Master, I want to become stronger. I think it's necessary for you to wear clothes first," Wuxia stated in a dry, dull voice, trying to find the right words. Although the soul, Qing air, did not have a physical body, her physical manifestation was like watching a 3D movie. Still visible. It was really not something that ordinary people could bear to look at without clothes. Qing air, who was discreetly hiding beneath one of Wuxia's branches, cutely blinked her eyes and propped her chin, entering deep thoughts. By the looks of how she is avoiding the sun and flying in the shade, sunlight may not necessarily harm her, but she definitely dislikes it. Wuxia speculated, observing Qing air. At this moment, realization seemed to have dawned upon Qing air, and she began to turn slowly. Immediately after, an inexplicable force surged around her. Soon, a young girl wearing a white dress, standing tall and graceful, appeared before Wuxia. "Not bad." Wuxia nodded his approval, looking at Qing air's current appearance, satisfied. In that flowing white dress, she resembled a fairy. Had it not been for the cold radiating from her, she would really look like an elf. Furthermore, she reminded Wuxia of a well-known beauty, a beautiful ghost named Nie Qian. Both were ghosts and both donned white dresses. Perhaps the only thing that could not be compared was Nie Qian's ethereal and mesmerizing beauty. Nevertheless, Wuxia did not really mind it either. It was the era of constant evolution. Everything was developing toward perfection. And so was this girl, Qing air. Given time, perhaps she might become the next charming Nie Qian. After all, she had the protection of a divine tree. At this point, Wuxia could not help but feel a sense of pride. Of course, Yuziyu could not help but feel regretful after she had worn clothes. Unfortunately, he was born as a tree. He could only observe and was unable to do anything, which was quite depressing. Moreover, without the influence of hormones, he did not pay too much attention to girls. Currently, he only appreciated their beauty, especially when he encountered a ghost like her for the first time. Her ethereal beauty was truly mesmerizing. She was hazy and ethereal, like she was separated by a veil from reality. It gave the illusion of being in the distance, unapproachable and yet captivating. Not long after, a petite girl in white dress, no larger than a palm, had a glimmer of star-like radiance in the depths of her eyes. "Rise, quickly rise." Clenching her tiny little fists as if she was cheering herself on, Qing Er's gaze was fixed on a tree branch 5 meters away. The next moment, to Yuziyu's astonishment, that branch actually began to shake, as if it was affected by an invisible force. Then little by little, the branch slowly rose into the air, reaching over a meter high. I did it, I did it." Jumping up and down in excitement like a child, she celebrated on Yuziyu's treetop. "You did it?" Yuziyu nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. "She is quite talented. Her power might not be significant, but the demonstration of spiritual interference in reality is a considerable feat in and of itself. In other words, she is a really promising seedling." Smiling in his heart, Qing Er's status in Yuziyu's heart had increased significantly. Sylvan. Note: from here on out, Qing Er and Xiao Qing will be interchangeable. Xiao Qing is a more affectionate way of calling he Qing Er. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 26, The Kingdom of Mist. Surprises are always fleeting. After having experienced Xiao Qing's power, Yuziyu began to focus on the important matters at hand. Shroud of Mist. Yuziyu murmured, activating his unique ability, *Fu. Like smoke rising into the air, a tall willow tree could be seen in the distance, constantly emitting a hazy fog. It looked like a sauna. There was a significant difference between actively triggering an ability and instinctively using it. Right now, under Yuziyu's active control, the mist was permeating at an astounding speed. In just a short half a day, it had already pervaded over half of the canyon. The canyon was not large to begin with, so it saved Yuziyu a lot of time and effort. "First, I'll cover the canyon, and then take the canyon as center, spreading the mist deep into the mountains." Having made a decision, Yuziyu became more focused on his task. After all, it concerned his life and death. He could not afford to be negligent. The pervading mist was to some extent under his control. Although the control was not extremely precise, Yuziyu could control its approximate movements. For instance, if he wanted to envelop the canyon, it would not stray too far. Furthermore, this mist seemed to somewhat connected to him, allow him to sense things in it. If there were any significant movements, Yuziyu could sense them through the mist. For instance, he noticed that the honey badger had already dug a 4-meter deep hole, and was trying to break free from the tree cage. Unfortunately, the tree cage that imprisoned the honey badger was weaved with his roots, which became more intricate as they went deeper. If this fellow can be tamed, its combat ability, its tenacity and persistence alone would make it worth the effort. Making a mental comment, Yuziyu began observing these animals. With continuous evolutions, these creatures could no longer be viewed as mere animals. For instance, the golden monkey swinging at his treetop should have an intelligence level comparable to a 7 to 8-year-old kid. Moreover, its intelligence was increasing day by day. In other words, it would not be surprising if exceptionally talented individuals emerged among the mutated plants and animals in the future. Just like himself, a willow tree. Grinning in his mind, Yuziyu was a little looking forward to the day humans would see him for the first time and the look of terror on their faces. A willow tree with the intelligence equal to that of a human, just the thought of it was quite terrifying. And the most crucial thing was that the willow tree had been afraid and cautious of humans from day one. The unknown is the scariest thing. Am I evolving in a direction even I don't know? Murmuring, Yuziyu once again utilized his evolution points. The current speed of mist diffusion was far from meeting his need. He needed to upgrade it using the evolution points. Ding, Shroud of Mist upgraded, evolution points -10. Shifting his gaze, he looked over the diffusing mist, the recently advanced unique ability. Shroud of Mist, level 2. You can release a dense fog covering dozens or even hundreds of kilometers around you. It allows you to hide yourself, and at the same time, the dense fog obscures most of the visibility, reducing the visibility to less than 4 to 5 meters. Note: fog generated by spiritual energy cannot be dispersed by the wind. Wuxia gawked at the upgraded ability in a daze, stupefied. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. If this ability was activated in a city, it was more than enough to paralyze the entire city. Imagine having a visibility of less than 4 to 5 meters. What would that mean? It meant that while driving, even before a person had the time to hit the brakes, they would have already crashed into another vehicle. And this was the terrifying aspect of the mist. Its active offensive capability might not be strong, but its passive effect was extremely formidable. Not to mention, the range of his mist could reach up to 100 kilometers. More importantly, the dense fog could not be easily dispersed by the wind as well. This completely eliminated Wuxia's worries. In light of this, he did not need to worry about the fog he had worked so hard to create being blown away by artificially created winds. *HA. Wuxia exhaled a long, deep breath, feeling a sense of excitement. At this moment he could already see a glimpse of hope. The Kingdom of Mist. A terrifying zone covered in a shroud of mist, where the visibility was reduced by half, where the senses would be weakened, where ferocious mutated beasts lurked. As a result, humans would be terrified and it would deter anyone from stepping foot here. With the combination of shroud of mist and hallucinogen, creating a Kingdom of Mist should not be a mere dream. After giving it a thought, Wuxia became a little more confident. At this moment he could already see the canyon completely enveloped in mist. Everything became blurry and indistinct. Inside this mist, a towering tree looked like a terrifying monster, ready to devour everything. It was quite a frightening sight. Even the wild beasts in the vicinity of Wuxia also started to grow restless. Wolves started howling, the cranes started crying. The horrifying fog had made these daunting beasts nervous. "Adapt, you must adapt as soon as possible," Wuxia murmured. He was filled with anticipation. He was not planning on dispersing the fog to help them, nor was he thinking of making their lives easier. Now was the time for everyone and everything to rise. Life was evolving every minute and every second. These little creatures would definitely adapt to the dense fog at an unprecedented speed. Wuxia believed that they would evolve the ability to adapt to dense fog in no time. By then the dense fog would have become a natural barrier for them. These fierce beasts would then transform into the most terrifying apex predators in this Kingdom of Mist, truly occupying the position at the top of the food chain. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 27, Peak Spiritual Energy. Meanwhile, in a mysterious corner of this country, while Wuxia was deeply engrossed in spreading his mist, a middle-aged military officer with a square face happened to be calmly sitting in his office. Knock, knock. Furrowing his brows, the middle-aged officer heaved a sign and granted his permission. "Come in." "Yes, sir." Immediately after, a young soldier covered in dust hurriedly entered the office. "Sir, the outbreak of mutated beasts in our province has recently intensified. Incidents of people getting injured have become more frequent." Saying so, the young soldier unfolded a map and reported in a grave voice, pointing at the red circles that had just been drawn on it. "The concentration of spiritual energy has further increased in these areas. It might be caused by infestation of mutant beasts." "Is that so?" Looking at the grave expression of the young soldier named Yen Gao Yuan, the middle-aged officer heaved a sigh. This was not the first time the concentration of the spiritual energy had intensified. Since the existence of spiritual energy had been confirmed, the country had repeatedly discovered abnormal rises in the concentration of spiritual energy across various regions. This kind of situation was followed by the potential appearance of stronger mutant beasts. Among such rises, the most famous was the Penghu incident. Penghu Islands is an archipelago of 90 islands and islets in the Taiwan Strait. In addition, it was also known as Asian Bermuda because the number of air crashes in the Penghu Channel since 1967, which had reached a staggering 11 times. However, such a shocking record had been broken in the past half year. In just short 6 months there had been 17 plane crashes, and over 20 ships had disappeared. Such a record was scary enough to make even those people sitting in high positions feel uneasy. But what could be done about it? As early as 2 months ago, the country had confirmed the existence of a terrifying group of mutant crows and mutant sea creatures lurking there. The murder of mutant crows swallowed passenger planes, and the mutant sea creatures sank the ships. The combination of the two had turned the Penghu Channel into a death zone. And according to the experts, as they grew stronger, the territorial instincts of the mutant beasts would become stronger. Any living being that attempts to enter their territories would be viewed as prey by them. The passenger planes and ships, which made loud noises, were the first to bear the brunt. However, faced with these mutant crows and mutant sea creatures, the country was at a loss. Dealing with the crows was relatively easier. The country had already deployed special forces to conduct sniper attacks. However, when it came to the mutant sea creatures, their exact location still remained unknown. Besides, the depths of the ocean was an unfamiliar territory for humans. Especially now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the deep sea has become more of a forbidden zone. Worst, oceans were the first place where spiritual energy first returned. And now, who knows what kind of monster lurked in the depths of the oceans? The square-faced, middle-aged military officer shook his head as a helpless look blanketed his face. For over 30 years of military service, it was the first time he truly found the situation thorny. Fortunately, the special forces were handling the major incidents, and his current task was to oversee the areas with abnormal spiritual energy in the province. If any anomaly or dangers were detected, they were dealt with or eliminated forthwith. After all, according to some expert speculations, as these mutant beasts evolved, they might not be satisfied with their territories, and would literally start to venture out to hunt. At that time, it was quite possible that those mutant beasts would attack the city. As such, as a lieutenant general responsible for guarding a region, the burden on his shoulder was quite heavy. Sort out the regions where the detected peak spiritual energy has exceeded 5,000, and submit it to me. Yes, sir. Nodding, the young soldier Yan Gaoyuan glanced at the map, the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitching. Peak spiritual energy exceeding 5000? Well, I guess Lieutenant General is going to have a headache this time. Peak spiritual energy was the standard used by the humans to measure the strength of the highest level of spiritual energy detected. Generally speaking, in regions with peak spiritual energy exceeding 5,000, there was a high chance of a mutant beast with peak spiritual energy exceeding 5,000 would emerge. Creatures with spiritual energy exceeding 1,000 were already capable of threatening armed soldiers. Whereas creatures with spiritual energy exceeding 5,000 could disregard bullets and other conventional weapons. In other words, they possessed terrifying destructive power, and were monsters that regular troops and experts of similar power level could not confront. And once monsters of this level stormed a city, the devastation they would bring could be imagined. As such, it was the responsibility of this mysterious organization to prevent and eliminate creatures of this level. Shortly after the young soldier handed the map to the square-faced, middle-aged officer, a cry of surprise echoed in the office. What? There are a total of 8 regions with peak spiritual energy exceeding 5,000 have appeared? And there's one region with a peak spiritual energy reaching 18,000? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you sure it's not an instrumental error? Shaking his head like a rattled drum, the young soldier, Yan Gaoyuan's expression also became solemn. Sir, we conducted multiple tests to ensure accuracy, but we cannot rule out the possibility of the emergence of spirit rivers or spirit mines. Letting out a long, deep breath, the middle-aged officer with the square face glanced at the young soldier and bitterly smiled. Do you think spirit rivers and spirit mines are as common as cabbages? Saying so, his gaze slightly focused as he stared at the region marked in blood red on the map. North Canyon, located deep in the mountains of Sichuan Prefecture. It not only had poor transportation facilities, but the mountain roads were extremely treacherous. It would not be surprising if an extremely terrifying mutant beast appeared there. However, just how terrifying would a mutant beast detected to have peak spiritual energy of 18,000 be? Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 28, Taming. Beat the dog before the lion. It was nearing noon. As the sunlight broke through the clouds, it cast enormous patches of rays in the sky. There were particles floating in the air, slowly flowing along like countless rivers of stars. They looked like those tiny galaxies in the slides shown in geography class. But it was no illusion. In this era of resurgence of spiritual energy, colorful and dreamy spiritual energy was permeating the air. If one possessed special perception, they could sense the flow of the spiritual energy and even see it. As a Tier 1 creature, Yuziyu naturally had the ability to see spiritual energy. Gazing at the sky, Yuziyu was captivated by the fantastic colors in the sky. How mesmerizing. Yuziyu smiled before he shifted his gaze back to the canyon. At this moment, the entire canyon was shrouded in thick mist, which seemed to be erupting from the earth's crust, continuously rising from the floor of the canyon and rushing toward the distance after reaching a sufficient height, resembling a tide. In a few days these mountains will become my turf. His words were filled with anticipation, and Yuziyu did not hide his excitement either. He alone was the ruler of this canyon. The rest were animals and ghosts, non-competitors. No one could understand his joy at this moment. The mist was his second pair of eyes. With the aid of the mist, Yuziyu's perception had undergone a qualitative change. Although he was not able to discern every minute detail, he could still detect major movements. Thus he could feel truly at ease. At least, as long as humans did not resort to medium-range missiles or intercontinental missiles, his safety was guaranteed. As such, he had ample time to develop. While Yuziyu was lost in thought, a sudden howl suddenly broke his trance. Raising his gaze, he saw the gray wolves imprisoned in the tree cages standing up in succession. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, the wolves kept howling as their green eyes flickered with a ferocious gleam. Wolves were pack animals. At night, in the open mountains and tranquil forests, if one wolf howled, the rest would follow suit, their howls echoing throughout the area, sending chills down one's spine. And now, these imprisoned gray wolves were baring their sharp teeth, lolling their long blood-red tongues, their gaze dead fixed on the nearby giant golden eagle carcass. Are they hungry? A little dumbfounded, Yuziyu slowly extended his branch. The next moment, the branch twirled through the air and entered a tree cage. Ow! Howling, the wolf in the tree cage slightly bent its hind legs and stretched its front legs forward, assuming an upward pouncing stance. Its eyes flickering with a fierce gleam were staring dead straight on Yuziyu's oncoming branch. Want to give it a try? Yuziyu sneered. Even though he knew that the gray wolf could not hear him, Yuziyu translated the meaning behind his words with actions. Like a human finger, he bent the tip of his branch and moved it back and forth, appearing extremely arrogant. The gray wolf let out another howl as it took a step back in caution. It had witnessed the fearsome might of the tree demon. It could feel it in its bones. There was a deep awe for powerful beings which made it hesitate. However, with its stomach grumbling, it could no longer resist the temptation of the foot in the distance. With a thud, the gray wolf's hind legs kicked the ground as it leapt into the air, its mouth full of pungent smell fiercely biting toward Yuziyu's branch. Snap. A crisp sonorous snapping sound suddenly echoed in the thick fog. As if to make it clear to the other animals, Yuziyu intentionally dissipated the dense fog around him. At this moment, a gray wolf trapped in the nearby tree cage was cowering in a corner, uncontrollably trembling. Surprisingly, there was a bone-deep gaping lash wound on its body. It was softly whimpering. Fear was clearly visible in the depths of its eyes. At this moment, the branch slowly extended toward it once again, approaching it little by little, until it was almost within the gray wolf's reach. Out of instinct, the gray wolf bared its sharp teeth. Swish. The branch accelerated in an instant and abruptly lashed it. A crisp, sonorous cracking sound reverberated as another bone-deep gaping wound appeared on the gray wolf's body. You want to go again? Coldly smiling, Yuziyu slowly extended the branch once more. However, he was disappointed this time. Watching the gray wolf burying its head, uncontrollably trembling, and allowing his branch to get closer, Yuziyu shook his head. You made the right choice. Saying so, Yuziyu's gaze shifted on the other animals such as the white crane, and the other quiet gray wolves imprisoned in their respective cages. Beating the dog before the lion strategy is really effective. Yuziyu's patience was wearing thin, and it was about time to tame these animals. By the looks of it, this method was working quite well. Smiling, Yuziyu suddenly broke the tip of his branch. Immediately after, a bit of crystal-clear essence seeped out from the broken end. And the moment this crystal-clear essence seeped out, all the animals imprisoned in the tree cages opened their eyes, one after another. Also, the wild buffalo with crescent black horns slowly stood up, while its front legs began to scrape against the ground. On another side, the little golden monkey on the treetop started screaming and jumping up and down. At the same time, the honey badger that had been desperately digging into the ground also stopped. It slowly emerged from the deep pit, eagerly smacking its mouth. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 29, The Cowardly Flathead Bro. The allure of my life essence to these animals is truly extraordinary. Wuxia shook his branch, but he did not drop the essence right away. Be that as it may, the wounded gray wolf, who was closest to the life essence, was unable to resist the temptation before its eyes. It opened its mouth wide and took another bite, snap. Before the gray wolf could react, a brutal lash flung it a meter away, crashing heavily into the tree cage. Woo-woo, whimpering in pain, the fallen gray wolf tried to lift itself up, but stumbled, its entire body becoming limp. Consequently, crimson-red blood also started gushing out of its wounds. In a flash, the strong nauseating smell of blood masked the fragrance of the life essence. If I don't give it to you, you can't have it. Regardless of whether the gray wolf could hear it, Wuxia stated in a cold voice. Master, aren't you being too cruel? Watching the gray wolf licking its wounds not far away, wearing an extremely aggrieved expression, He-Ching-Er, who was sitting on the branch, dangling her small feet, could not help voice her complaint. Cruel? Dumbfounded, Wuxia could not help but break into laughter. His mood had recovered a bit. Then he shook the branch once again and explained, mutant beasts are difficult to tame, especially wolves. They are the most rebellious. If I'm not harsh. Before finishing his sentence, Wuxia's branch suddenly swished through the air, creating a sonic boom-like crack. The next moment, with a bang, a nearby giant rock was split into two by his branch, revealing a cut that was as smooth as a mirror. This is the only fate that awaits them. After explaining, Wuxia focused his attention on the nearby whimpering gray wolf. After this, the gray wolf had finally become obedient after Wuxia's training. Even when starving and tempted by life essence, it had its head lowered and never glanced at the treasure. Of course, it was not that it did not want to look, but rather it dared not. After all, the lashes of Wuxia's branch were extremely difficult to bear. Cracking its bones with one lash was not impossible. Chuckling, Wuxia continued teasing the gray wolf for a while. Fortunately, the gray wolf did not disappoint him. It truly became obedient. That's better. Saying so, Wuxia finally let the life essence fall. Drip. As the life essence dripped, the rest of the animal's eyes widened, and some impatient ones were even about to rush. But the next moment, swish, 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 as the tree roots and branches swished through the air, the wild buffalo outside the cage that was already charging toward the dripping life essence abruptly stopped, leaving a 2 to 3 meters long trail on the ground. And that impatient golden monkey, in its eagerness, also suffered a mishap and fell from the tree looking terrified. Animals were very simple-minded. Even if they became intelligent, it was difficult for them to learn how to genuinely think and plan right away without undergoing systematic training. At this moment, they were like infants, as white as a blank sheet of paper. It was precisely because Wuxia understood this fact that he was confident in taming them. But despite his confidence, if they themselves refused to learn from the mistakes, Wuxia did not mind resorting to extreme measures. With this in mind, one of Wuxia's branches swished toward the honey badger, creating sonic booms as his branch danced over it. Without voicing any protest, the honey badger shrunk its neck and decisively retreated back into its burrow. Despite its recklessness, it was not stupid. Furthermore, the reason for its recklessness was its eye structure, which resembled that of a goose. In its eyes, there was not that much difference between large animals and its own size. As such, thanks to its strong defense and immunity to toxins, the honey badger was naturally reckless to the extreme. There was a saying about their kind, I am Brother Flathead. With my white hair, silver cape, I'm the fiercest in Africa. I've spent my whole life in battles. This basically highlights the reckless spirit of honey badgers. However, things generally don't end well for species so reckless. It might lead to its own extinction, which aligns with another saying, when one is not afraid of death, they always end up dead. And the honey badger's recklessness might turn ineffective in this era. While eyes were indeed a way to observe enemies, the problem was other ways to perceive enemies. Spiritual energy perception, judging the strength of the enemy based on the concentration of their spiritual energy. All the mutant animals possessed this ability to some extent. And in the honey badger's perception, the concentration of spiritual energy around the willow tree was like a raging fire, terrifying to the extreme. As for itself, it was like a mere spark. Given such a vast disparity, it naturally made it apprehensive. Therefore, the very first thing it tried to do when it was captured was run for its life, fleeing desperately. It realized early on that it truly could not provoke this willow tree. It did not want to end up like its parents, foolishly picking fights with monsters, only to vanish from the face of the earth in the blink of an eye, without even having a chance to make a sound. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 30, Wolf of Wind. Storm Wolf. At this moment, the honey badger was not Yuziu's prime focus. After all, on the other side, the heavily injured gray wolf had started undergoing a metamorphosis after coming into contact with his life essence. Suddenly, a powerful wolf howl echoed across the canyon, filled with vitality and a formidable presence reminiscent of a tiger's roar in the forest. Following that, the gray wolf slowly lifted itself up. Whoosh! Breeze started blowing, visible currents of wind began gathering around the gray wolf. In the blink of an eye, it was surrounded by a whirling green vortex. Well? With a rare doubt on his face, Yuziu closely examined the gray wolf. Within the green vortex, the gray wolf's fur was already standing on its end, gradually changing in color. The essence of wind seemed to be infusing into its fur, slowly turning green. Race: Mutant Gray Wolf. Rank: Tier 0 Level 5. Innate talent: Power of Wind. As a being that can control the wind, it is the embodiment of the wind, literally a wolf of wind. Wolf of Wind? A storm wolf? Muttering to himself, Yuziu was slightly taken aback. He had not expected the gray wolf, no, the storm wolf, to awaken the power of elements. Elements, what a distant but familiar term. Wind, fire, water, earth. The fundamental elements that made up the world. Yuziu had speculated once that in the era of spiritual energy resurgence, some individuals would gain the power to manipulate the elements, and use them for attack and defense. However, as he had never awakened such elemental power himself, thus did not delve much deeper into it. But now, the storm wolf had confirmed his speculation. Wait a minute, my abilities, Shroud of Mist and Hallucinogen, actually do not seem that different from manipulating the elements. After grumbling a bit, realization dawned upon Yuziu. At the beginning, he tried to explain his abilities, Shroud of Mist and Hallucinogen, using scientific reasoning. For instance, he concluded that the mist was emitted by his leaves, just like he could absorb and release carbon dioxide and oxygen. As for hallucinogen, he believed it was due to secretion of special substances that affected the nerves of animals, and even humans. But now, he came to realize that this explanation was quite unconvincing. He could absorb and release carbon dioxide and oxygen, but he could not control them. However, he did have control over the mist. And as for hallucinogen, he could even weave illusions according to his thoughts. Such strange and terrifying abilities could not be explained using superficial scientific theories. Cough. Yuziu cleared his throat, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. The next moment, he realized that none of the animals were paying attention to him. These creatures all had their eyes wide open, staring at the storm wolf that was howling toward the sky, surrounded by the wind. Compared to before, the storm wolf had doubled in size, and was almost as big as the wild buffalo. The bone-deep gaping wounds on its body had healed inadvertently, revealing a soft and lustrous green fur. As if it was unable to contain its excitement, the gray wolf howled toward the sky. Afterward, it slowly opened its mouth wider as a ball of green energy gathered in its mouth. Boom. As it opened its mouth and breathed out, an extremely thin green wind blade shot out from the cage, cutting through the thick mist. Interesting. With a mischievous smile, Yuziu pushed his branch slowly and stealthily toward the storm wolf. But even before the branch could approach it, the storm wolf suddenly turned around as if it had sensed it already. Then, it warily glanced at the branch before timidly retreating. It kept retreating until it reached the edge of the cage. With no more room to retreat, it started whimpering as if it was conveying something. Shortly after, its forelimbs softened as its whole body knelt on the ground. Yuziu sunk into rare silence, blinking his eyes in confusion. It seems like its expression submission. Yuziu was not completely sure and could not decide for a moment. Right then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Master, I heard the signal of submission from the green wolf. Heard? Slightly puzzled, Yuziu's gaze shifted to the petite figure of Qing Er. Nodding, Qing Er covered her mouth and explained, giggling, it looks like they want to convey something but can't express it. With my psychic power, I could barely make out that it's expressing submission. Is that so? With a pensive expression, Yuziyu extended his branch as a test. After a moment, observing the storm wolf calmly enjoying the touch of his branch, Yuziyu was a little satisfied. Well, it's finally tamed. Smiling, Yuziyu shifted his gaze to other animals. Much to his surprise, he saw other 3 gray wolves slowly prostrating, bowing in the direction of Yuziyu's body, the willow tree. Since the leader has submitted, do the other gray wolves follow suit? Yuziyu was a little dumbfounded, his voice carried a rare hint of surprise. Afterward, he sprinkled a few drops of life essence, conferring advancement to the other gray wolves. Unlike before, the concentration of his life essence had become even more terrifying after Yuziyu had transcended. Now, a single drop was equivalent to dozens of previous ones. As such, Yuziyu had diluted the life essence to prevent these beasts exploding from excessive power. Of course, another benefit of doing so was that Yuziyu would not lose too much of his life essence, and could replenish his losses in just a night or two. Furthermore, it was worth mentioning that the number of Yuziyu's branches were increasing along with his growth. Consequently, the amount of life essence he could provide had also increased. However, it also meant that Yuziyu demand for evolution points was higher as well. After all, the newly grown branches needed to be upgraded using the evolution points. Although a single branch did not require that many evolution points, the sheer number of new branches weighed down on him. Judging by the current rate of new branches growing, Yuziyu estimated that it would not take him long for his dream of having thousands of branches to become a reality. At that time, the demand for evolution points would be massive. Heaving a sigh, Yuziyu looked at the remaining 92 evolution points, feeling a bit reluctant. Be that as it may, his reluctance could not stop his determination of becoming stronger. Now, upgrading a branch cost him 0.5 evolution points. Nonetheless, it was also understandable. The toughness of his branches now had far surpassed what it was when he had upgraded them at first. When he first transcended into Tier 1, it was as if he had been cleansed by spiritual energy, which had strengthened his entire body. It had increased the toughness of his branches to a whole new level. To bring the resilience of his newly grown branches to the same level, spending 0.5 evolution points was not a lot. With growth comes an even more terrifying demand for resources. Sighing in his heart, Yuziyu spent a whooping 52 evolution points to upgrade his new branches, swish. Swish accompanied by the swishing sounds, the new branches extended toward the sky. They were now glistening like jade, radiating a glimmer. For a moment, they emitted such bright radiance that it overshadowed Yuziyu's body. Unfortunately, Yuziyu was currently hidden in the thick fog and he could not see it clearly. However, deep down he felt that the invisible pressure in the entire canyon had grown a bit more stronger. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 31, First Generation Superhuman. I still have 40 evolution points. I'll keep them for now just in case. After some contemplation, Yuziyu set aside his thoughts on using the remaining evolution points. While 40 evolution points might not be much, it was not an insignificant number either. As a unique cheat that allowed him to freely choose evolutions, the 40 evolution points could prove to be crucial at the moment of need. For example, if Yuziyu felt lacking in a certain aspect and needed evolution points to upgrade it, having these extra points gave him an extra option. Furthermore, both Hallucinogen and Shroud of Mist were at level 2. And in order to upgrade them further, he actually needed 100 evolution points. A ghastly demand which left Yuziyu very much irritated. Be that as it may, one could only imagine how formidable these abilities would be if they were to reach level 3. Well, you get as much as you give, I guess? My evolution points cheat has never disappointed me after all. Right then. Rumble, rumble, claps of thunder reverberated in the sky, followed by a drizzle. The rain grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, the pitter-patters of rain drowned every other sound in the canyon. Only occasional growls and howls could be barely heard amidst it. These little ones, looking at the animals in the cage drenched like drowned rats, Yuziyu could not help but feel sorry for them. The next moment, his branches twirled toward the sky, and his black roots rose from the soil. If one looked from below, they would see an intricate network of branches, weaving an umbrella-like structure above the bird's nest. Below, countless black roots entwined together like pythons, gradually forming a larger python that slowly went over the tree cages, shielding the mutant beasts from the rain. Ow, 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 each storm wolf squatted on the ground like a husky, rolling their red tongue and staring straight at the willow tree in the depths of the canyon. A moo echoed through the canyon as a giant black buffalo with crescent-shaped horns rubbed against the nearby roots, showing a human-like expression. It seems that buffalo is like the humans, just as I expected. Seeing the wild buffalo's movement, Wuxia could not help but smiled. But the next moment, to his astonishment, the wild buffalo shook its head and actually walked out from under the shed of roots, walking into the range. Wuxia was slightly taken aback, unable to react. But right then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Master, that little buffalo loves rainy days." Okay. At this point he recalled the behavior of water buffaloes, and figured that the wild buffalo would be no different. Wuxia felt a bit embarrassed, but he did not brood too much over it. Meanwhile, at the foot of a distant mountain, a convoy of unknown origin suddenly came to a halt. As the Humvee's door opened, a young soldier clad in a raincoat got out as a slight furrow appeared on his brow, looking at the mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. "Rain and fog, this is not a good sign." "You're right." Responding to the young soldier, a middle-aged man with a scruffy face got out of the Humvee behind the young soldier. He was a colonel, and he had received orders to accompany the young soldier, Yan Gaoyuan, to survey the mountains. Although the brass had not explicitly stated what they were surveying, as a veteran, how could he not have an inkling? For this reason he deliberately brought along some machine guns and even applied for 4 armor-piercing shells just in case. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 32, Approaching Crisis. The village was not that far away, it was just half an hour's journey from the convoy. Unfortunately, hindered by the heavy rain and rugged mountain roads, the convoy came to a halt halfway. Looking at the narrow, unmetalled road that could only accommodate only 1 or 2 people side by side, the colonel got out of the Humvee and stated, bitterly smiling, "This is what mountains are like." Hearing the colonel's exclamation, Yan Gaoyuan could not help shaking his head, and then glanced at the convoy behind him, giving orders, "Leave a few people to guard the convoy, the rest of us will go to the village." "Copy that, sir." Nodding his acknowledgement, the colonel issued a few more instructions. Right then, the colonel suddenly shouted to the rear convoy as if remembering something, "And one more thing, remember to bring those things with you." "Colonel, do we really need to be so cautious? Those things are quite heavy." "Heavy?" The colonel's face immediately turned black with rage as he emphasized, staring at the young man who had just spoken, "They might seem heavy, but once you lose your life, you'll know what real heaviness means." Saying that, he walked alone to the last truck of the convoy in a huff and puff and took out an iron box. Inside the box was a modified rocket launcher with armor-piercing rocket, which was specifically designed to tackle the mutant beasts. Tanks and armored vehicles were difficult to maneuver in such mountains. Thus, man-portable projectile launchers came into use. However, considering its terrifying recoil that could shatter an arm, such weapons were generally used as a last resort. Mostly, regular guns and launchers were used. Of course, armor-piercing projectiles, which primarily rely on the kinetic energy of the projectile to penetrate and destroy the target, pose a significant threat to mutant beasts. After all, the strength of an ordinary mutant beast lay in their robust defense, that was capable of ignoring ordinary bullets and rockets. But just with one shot, an armor-piercing rocket could tear apart the resilient defense of a mutant beast, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy that could shatter its innards. In general, there were not many mutant beasts that could withstand this fearsome weapon. No beast can stay alive after a shot, except for those few. As if the colonel had thought of something, his face suddenly darkened. It was not the first time it was participating in such a mission. The last mission was just 10 days ago. But that time, sighing, the colonel suppressed the untimely emotions rising within him. It was an irrefutable fact that the mutant beasts were becoming increasingly dangerous to humans. Even with the military entering the mountains to hunt them, their efforts were not bearing any fruitful result. Not to mention there were a few areas that had already become death zones. Under the dark sky and drizzling raindrops, the world seemed to have been covered in a layer of gray, decreasing the visibility of ordinary people. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps resounded amid the pitter-patters of rain as a group of a dozen people marched orderly, treading the water-filled muddy ground, slowly approaching the village. However, before they could reach the village, they heard sorrowful cries. "Oh, my dear granddaughter, why did you leave us so soon? How can you die before us? How will we old couples go on?" As they listened to the loud yet mournful cries, the young soldier Yan Gaoyuan and the colonel exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing. Something must have happened. Saying so, Yan Gaoyuan nodded to the colonel before his right leg bent abruptly as a faint light enveloped his legs. Boom. The next moment, a ground quaked as Yan Gaoyuan dashed toward the nearby village with scattered houses like an arrow fire from a bow, splashing water up to 3 or 4 meters high. Gulp. Witnessing this inhuman feat, many soldiers who saw it for the first time could not help but gulp. "Colonel, this." "Shut up, there are some things that you shouldn't ask." The colonel, who was already weighed down with worries, angrily rebuked, then took a deep look at the vanishing figure in the distance. "If he had been there last time, perhaps my brethren wouldn't have." Bitterly smiling, the colonel shook his head helplessly. Then he glanced at the new recruits who had just entered the mountains, reminding them, "You better etch this in your tiny brains, you're here to sharpen yourselves. If we ran into some danger and if I tell you to retreat, you better get the fuck out of there right away." In this rare moment of reminder, the colonel's mood became even heavier. "If I remember it correctly, the place we are surveying this time could possibly harbor a mutant beast with peak spiritual energy of up to 10,000. If there isn't one, that's even better, but if there is one, then we're in a whole lot of trouble. The last time we encountered a mutant beast, it only had the peak spiritual energy of only 6,000, and it was as terrifying as a monster straight from hell. It easily slaughtered half of my squad." A sigh escaped from the scruffy colonel's lips, tightly clenching his fist to the point that his hand was bleeding. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, unbeknownst to this group, the cloud of mist suddenly started surging as if a colossal beast was slowly waking up. Boom. Accompanied by a dreadful boom, a storm visible to the naked eyes kicked up, pulling in the dense mist. From the distance, it truly looked as if a monster was stirring up the cloud of mist. How is this possible? In a rare moment of disbelief, Yuziu's heart was weighed down by worries. Humans, and not just any ordinary humans. The mist could enhance Yuziu's perception. However, he had deliberately thinned out the mist into a light fog at the foot of the mountain, in order to avoid drawing the villagers' attention. But even so, he could still sense the surge in the spiritual energy even from afar. Through the mist, Yuziu was even more astounded when he discovered that it was caused by just one person, a single human. The mist was Yuziu's other pair of eyes. Although he could not see clearly through it, he could still make out the outline of the human figure. The figure was 7 to 1, 8 meters tall and a little lean. The recent surge in spiritual energy might have been just around the level of Tier 0 level 5 or 6. However, it was his appearance that was the issue, which brought a significant change in Yuziu's expression. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," he coldly declared. After all, he firmly believed that the humans could not have possibly discovered his existence. After all, only 2 girls who had laid eyes on him, one of which was already dead, whose soul was tied to his root, attached to him. Whereas the other girl was under his complete control and had not woken up from her coma. Even if she did wake up, she would not have been able to do anything. Yuziu had instructed Xiaoqing to erase the other girl's memories while she was asleep a long time ago. As someone who had awakened psychic powers, it was not a difficult task for Xiaoqing. Moreover, for the sake of convenience and to prevent her from regaining her memories, Yuziu had issued a strict order to completely erase that girl's memories, even if it meant turning her into an idiot. In other words, it was a complete destruction of that girl's psyche. It was for this reason that girl had yet to awaken. It was not that she did not want to awaken, but rather, it was difficult for her to do so. Unless Qing Er took control over her body from a distance. Otherwise, even if that girl somehow woke up, she would be nothing more than an idiot now. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 33, Qing Er's Advancement. Xiaoqing, did you do what I asked you to do? Yuziu's cold voice was like a gust of piercing cold wind, making Xiaoqing, who was playing with the 8 peregrine falcons on the top of the tree, uncontrollably shudder. She had never heard Yu Ziyu speak in such an icy tone. Never. Her usually amiably master was actually displaying such a cold attitude. Stunned and caught off guard, Xiaoqing could not even react. However, a hint of panic flickered in her eyes, and even her lips pouted as if she was on the verge of tears. Seeing Xiaoqing's distressed appearance, Yu Ziyu let out a sigh, realizing that his tone was too harsh. This isn't the time to get angry. HA. Taking a long deep breath, Yu Ziyu composed himself and asked gently, I was asking if you had erased the memories of that girl as I had instructed you to a couple of days ago. I did. Repeatedly nodding, Xiaoqing added, frantically gesturing with her fingers in a flustered manner, Master, I followed all your instructions and thoroughly shattered her psyche into pieces. But unexpectedly, the shattered fragments of her psyche flowed into my body. Flowed into your body? Slightly startled, Yu Ziyu revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, they flowed into my body. Like a girl who had been caught red-handed with a secret, Xiaoqing appeared uneasy. But after a moment she strongly asserted, I didn't want it, I really didn't. But when I crushed her soul, the fragmented pieces uncontrollably transformed into streaks of light and rushed into my body, one by one. Saying so, Xiaoqing raised her arm and pointed at it. Look, Master, my body seems to have become more solid. Yu Ziyu took a closer look at Xiaoqing's arm. Indeed, her body had become more solid compared to a few days ago. At first glance, one might even mistake her for a real person. Could it be the result of absorbing He Ling Er's soul? A rare speculation crossed Yu Ziyu's mind as his expression became somewhat strange. As twins, He Qing Er and He Ling Er had a close connection, so it was understandable. In other words, their souls could be said to have the same origin. Because of this, it was theoretically possible for their souls to merge with each other, and the possibility of rejection was very low. As for the fact that the elder sister had devoured her younger sister's soul, there was no need to delve into this matter further. After all, the real He Qing Er was already dead. The He Qing Er before him was just a mutated soul. Apart from the physical resemblance with the human He Qing Er, they could be regarded as two different life forms. Moreover, according to the ancient legends, the departed souls would return to the mortal realm and take away their loved ones. If the legends are really true, then He Qing Er had accidentally done something similar. But if He Qing Er is speaking the truth, then why did these humans come here for? Because of me? But, in light of the current circumstance, that possibility is very small. After all, I have eliminated the only possible leak of my existence. At this moment, Yu Ziyu's gaze inadvertently fell on the little girl sitting on the treetop, who looked a little distressed, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Since I can't guess it, can I just ask? Thinking of this, Yu Ziyu suddenly broke the tip of one branch as a drop of rich life essence seeped out from the broken tip. Qing Er, take it, ordered Yu Ziyu, handing a drop of precious life essence to the girl. Must. Looking at the precious green essence, Qing Er's first reaction was not to consume it, but rather fear. After all, her master had acted so coldly toward her just moments ago. I need you to become stronger and help me with some things. Don't disappoint me, okay? Listening to Yu Ziyu's helpless voice, Qing Er suddenly jolted and repeatedly nodded. Okay, master, I won't disappoint you. As soon as she stated this, Yu Ziyu put the green essence, along with the branch, into Qing Er's mouth. Qing Er made a gulping sound as if she had swallowed it. Immediately after, Qing Er suddenly started trembling, boom. Star. Accompanied by slight vibrations in the air, an inexplicable force began to circulate around Qing Er. At the same time as the inexplicable surge into Qing Er, her body began to grow bigger, reaching to the height of 1.6 meters in the blink of an eye, reminiscent of her previous life. In that flowing white dress, she resembled a fairy. Her jet-black hair was dancing along the wind like a waterfall. Master, Qing Er gently called, but this time, her voice carried a touch of coldness that did not belong to the mortal realm. Race, mutated soul. Rank, Tier 0 Level 5. Innate talent, immunity to physical attacks. Abilities, enhanced psyche, one of the few psychic abilities that allows her to briefly exist in the world after death, and to some extent interfere with reality. Telepathy, somewhere there is a similar flower that is connected to her mind. Tier 0 Level 5? Only 2 levels higher than before? Muttering to himself, Yu Ziyu's mood became a little complicated. He had already guessed that even if he gave Qing Er the life essence for the second time, it would not bring a significant breakthrough, and it proved to be true. According to his speculations, Turn 0 level 5 should be a considerable threshold. Unless he was willing to spend a hefty amount of life essence, it would be difficult to help someone break through to a higher level. It was like trying to reach the heavens. After giving it a thought, Yu Ziyu also found it reasonable. His life essence was already extremely extraordinary, it basically went against everything. It could help stabilize one's foundation and accelerate the evolution of other species. If it was not bound by any limitations, Yu Ziyu would have to first consider his own life and death. After all, there was no shortage of greedy people in the world. The fact that it was only effective in breaking through at the lower levels actually provided Yu Ziyu a slight sense of security. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 34, Awakening Talent. Meanwhile, in the village at the foot of the mountain, in an earthen house with a roof made up of blue tiles, which happened to have water leaking through the roof at some corner. Drip, drip, one drop after another, water kept dripping on the ground, enough to form a sizable puddle. Be that as it may, no one paid any attention to it at the moment. Old man, take your time and tell me slowly what has happened. Sitting on a wooden chair, Yan Gao Yuan looked at the nearby old man with significant white hair. Despite his old age, the old man's posture remained upright. *HA. Another sigh escaped the village chief's lips. He then wiped the moist corner of his eyes and bitterly narrated, "My 2 unfortunate granddaughters were attacked by a mutant green snake when they were returning home late at night. One of them died from the poison, and we buried her just before you arrived." As he spoke, the village chief could not help but choke up. Well, Yan Gao Yuan's lips parted, but no words came out. He could kill the mutant beasts without batting an eye, but consoling a grieving elder was a whole other thing for him. On the other hand, the 30-year-old colonel who had accompanied Yan Gao Yuan to the village chief's house, had some experience in such matters. He stood up, walked to the elderly man and patted his shoulder, comforting him, "Old man, please accept our condolences." The colonel seemed to have remembered something and asked, "Did you kill that beast? If not, we'll go and kill it tonight, offer it as a sacrifice for your granddaughter." We killed it. Repeatedly nodding, the old man managed to squeeze a smile on his wrinkled face. "We villagers beat that snake to death with sticks." Saying so, the old man hurriedly added as if he had suddenly recalled something, "But it was because my granddaughter has swallowed that green snake's gall that she has not woken up yet." Snake's gall? A furrow appeared on a puzzled Yan Gao Yuan's brow. In the mountains, there is a saying that if you get bitten by a venomous snake, eat its gall to detoxify, explained the scruffy colonel, tilting his head as if he knew about it a little. However, the twitching of the corner of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Who knows who came up with the idea of eating snake gall for detoxification, but it is too absurd. Even snakes themselves could potentially die from their own venom. So, how could snake gall detoxify anyone? If that was really the case, after humans got bitten by the snake, they would kill it right away no matter what and eat its gall. If that happens, this practice would have caused the snakes to go extinct ages ago. Apparently, the old man saw through the colonel's thoughts and choked up even more as he added, "I also know that it's a folk remedy, but at that time my granddaughter was at death's door, and her entire body had turned blue." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man broke into tears, recalling something, *HA. The colonel and Yan Gao Yuan looked at each other before a sigh escaped their lips in unison. If things really came to that point, everyone would grasp at the last straw to save the victim. It was just human nature and it was understandable. "Old man, how about I take a look?" Looking at the sobbing old man, Yan Gao Yuan could not help but suggest. Well, looking at Yan Gao Yuan's youthful face, the village chief hesitated. "Don't worry, old man, this guy is quite awesome." After saying so, the scruffy colonel candidly added, "Don't let his young age fool you, he's my superior. If I wasn't a few years older than him, he would be addressing me as brother, and I would be saluting him every time I saw him." Ah! The corner of the old man's eyes twitched as the wrinkles on his brow creased together into a furrow. But after a moment he took a closer look at Yan Gao Yuan, who was exuding a sense of righteousness, and picked up the smoking pipe, sighing. "You folks finally found shelter in our village for the night, and now you're still troubling yourselves." Yeah. Saying so, the old man took a step and headed toward the bedroom. The bedroom was not big, probably around 20 square meters. Besides a table and a chair, there was a large bed, and lying on the bed was a young girl. She was not very old, around 17 or 18 years old. She looked quite clean, and she had the type of beauty that grew more appealing the longer one looked at her. However, a hint of pain was visible on her pale face, as if she was enduring something. "This is my unfortunate granddaughter, who has been unconscious for 3 days. Saying so, the old man looked back at the colonel and Yen Gao Yuan, pleading, "Gentlemen, if there's any way, please help me. Even if it costs me my old bones, I'm willing to pay." Stop. There's no need for this." The colonel lifted up the bowing old man and tactfully pulled him to one side. At this point, if anyone could find a solution, it could only be the superhuman in front of them. Furthermore, when they entered the bedroom, the colonel had already noticed that something was wrong with Yen Gao Yuan, as if he was surprised by something. At this moment, Yen Gao Yuan was indeed shaken, just as the colonel had guessed. Awakening. She is going through an awakening. Looking at the pale young girl lying on the bed not far away, Yen Gao Yuan showed signs of forgetting himself for the first time. As a superhuman, Yen Gao Yuan was no stranger to awakenings. It was a painful transformation, akin to breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. The body was cleansed by spiritual energy and the soul resonated with it. As for outward manifestation, it varied from person to person. Some people completed their awakening in just a night's sleep, while others suffered for 3 days and nights, enduring painful torment before completing their awakening. And the girl in front of him was currently undergoing an awakening. Her body was already enveloped in spiritual energy, and the colorful and mystical spiritual energy was desperately trying to seep into her body. At the same time, Yen Gao Yuan also sensed a surge of intense heat radiating from her. Fire attribute elemental talent. Muttering to himself, Yen Gao Yuan's gaze toward the young girl was filled with complex emotions. Elemental talent was among the most formidable talents among the superhumans. Furthermore, fire was the most volatile and destructive among the elemental talents. Up until now, very few people had awakened such talent in the entire country. Even Yen Gao Yuan himself had only awakened physical enhancement, nothing more. There was no need for further explanation. Yen Gao Yuan knew that he had truly struck gold this time. As for whether he could wake the girl up, that was not his concern. After all, if those old-timers at the research institute were to find out, they would probably go crazy and use all sorts of method to awaken this girl. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 35, Investigation. Spiritual Energy Monitoring Satellite. The arrival of twilight brought a slight chill along with it. In the south part of the house was a low and dilapidated room that remained in a perpetual darkness. It was damp and gloomy. The paint on the wall had long since peeled off, and its surface was uneven. At this moment, a groan suddenly broke the deathly silence in the room. Much to Yen Gao Yuan's astonishment, the eyelids of the pale girl lying on the bed trembled slightly. Could she be waking up? Slightly surprised, Yen Gao Yuan also found himself momentarily stunned. The girl actually woke up without anything being done. Does it mean that I can bring this girl with me? Thinking of this, Yen Gao Yuan stepped forward and pulled out a vial from his pocket, a vial he had always kept close to himself. It was a spiritual energy potion. Through painstaking research, the old fogies at the Research Institute managed to extract spiritual energy from the air. This one vial could replenish the spiritual energy required by a superhuman in a short period of time, and also promote the awakening of a person's talent. Except, this excellent spiritual energy potion was highly toxic to ordinary people. At this moment, Yen Gao Yuan had concluded that the girl before him was undergoing an awakening, otherwise he would not have taken out the spiritual energy potion. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, the branches of a tall willow tree swayed amidst billowing dense fog, creating an atmosphere resembling a ferocious ancient beast selecting its prey. "Well, how is it going?" Yu gently asked, but he carried a hint of solemnity. "Master, it's a success." With her eyes tightly shut, leaning against the trunk of a willow tree, a girl of about 1.6 to 1. 7 meters in height, wearing a white dress, slightly pursed her lips. Then she added, "I've taken over her body, but I feel a little uncomfortable. It feels a little stiff." "It's all right," offering some comfort, Yuziu also expressed his satisfaction. "For now, you should adapt to her body. If nothing unexpected happens, this group of humans will spend the night in the village. That should be enough time for you to ask around." Slightly nodding, the girl repeated the instructions Yuziu had given her. "You need to ask 3 questions. First, why are they here? Second, how did they find out about this place? Third, what is the current situation?" "Yes." Shooting an approving glance at the girl, Yuziu also cautioned her, "Remember, don't inquire too deliberately. It's best to ask casually. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you." Hee. With a playful smile, the young girl did not add anything in response. Compared to before, she had now reached Tier 0 level 5. Although her strength had undergone a qualitative change, she had become more intelligent. Presumably, it was due to absorbing her sister's soul, which to some extent had compensated for her own shortcomings. In the dark, quiet night, several people were sitting around a fire pit in the village chief's house. Not far from them, scattered groups of 2 or 3 were chatting. The family members of the village chief and some villagers were busy preparing supper in the kitchen. These weary soldiers who had traveled a long distance had not had a hot meal yet. Although the soldiers had intended to refuse, they could not resist the villagers' hospitality. Not to mention, their colonel seemed to have unintentionally awakened the village chief's granddaughter. The villagers were extremely grateful for this, and even brought out cured meat that they had prepared for the new year. At this moment, an extremely beautiful girl with long black hair tied into a ponytail happened to be sitting beside the fire. Her eyes were very clear and pure, without the trace of any impurities. They resembled 2 pools of autumn water. She was Ling Er, the village chief's second granddaughter. She was the sleeping beauty who had been sleeping for a long time, refusing to wake up. However, just now she woke up for some unknown reason. But what was astonishing was that she seemed to have lost her memory, and even did not recognize the village chief. Be that as it may, it didn't dampen the joy of the village chief and the others. "Thank God you're awake, thank God." Wiping the tear trickling down the corner of his eyes, the village chief looked at his little granddaughter sitting not far away with a doubting expression. She was his last hope. It was already a huge blessing that she had woken up. As for her amnesia, it did not matter. The village chief did not dare to ask for more. Meanwhile, Yan Gaoyuan, who was also sitting by the fire, was looking at the young girl, his gaze flickering incessantly. Especially when he looked into the depths of the young girl's eyes, where a flickering spark would occasionally flash by, Yan Gaoyuan could not help but let out a long, deep breath. It was a sign of elemental talent awakening. In other words, this young girl had truly awakened an extremely rare fire attribute elemental talent at a tender age. It remained unclear whether it was the girl's own talent or the effect of the snake gall, but one thing was certain, Yan Gaoyuan had already set his sights on this little girl. He was even prepared to recommend her to that place. Having made up his mind, Yan Gaoyuan looked at the village chief and asked, "Village chief, have you considered my earlier proposal?" Hearing Yan Gaoyuan's voice, village chief's hand holding the smoking pipe momentarily paused in the mid-air before he heaved aside and replied, "Although I want to refuse, it might be better for Ling Er to go with you." Upon hearing this, Yan Gaoyuan's face immediately lit up in joy as he excitedly assured, "Village chief, don't worry, I already consider Ling Er as my younger sister. I'll make sure that no danger befall on her." He then further added, "And I promise that I'll find the best doctor to treat Ling Er's amnesia." The village chief nodded in acknowledgement as a satisfied look appeared on his face. He did not care about other things, but the commitment made by this young man was something he valued. There was no denying that this young man was truly outstanding. He was polite and even had a graceful demeanor. Even after arriving in remote mountains, he did not show any signs of disdain. Just this aspect alone made this young man worthy of trust. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Why are you here?" asked the young girl sitting by the side with an innocent look in her eyes. "What can bring us here apart from the rampaging mutant beast? We are here to investigate." The scruffy colonel replied with a smile, nonchalantly waving his hand. He quite liked this young girl named Ling Er. So, when she asked, he naturally started talking. Oh, drawing out her voice, the young girl seemed to be pondering. After a moment, the girl proactively asked as if she thought of something, "Mutant beasts, are they monsters? By the way, how did you know there are mutant beasts here?" Well, the colonel's lips parted, but no words came out, seemingly hesitating to reply. But the next moment, he decisively shut his mouth after glancing around. Although it was not classified information, he felt that the villagers still should not know about it. "Is it something you can't say?" The young girl lowered her head as her voice became softer. Ah. The colonel was stuck in a dilemma, but before he could say anything, the nearby Yen Gao Yuan shook his head and affectionately glanced at the girl, whom he already considered as his little sister. He smiled and replied instead of the colonel, "No, it's not like that." Saying so, he then pointed at the sky. "The spiritual energy monitoring satellite detected abnormal fluctuations here, so my officer sent us to take a look." At this point, Yen Gao Yuan shifted his gaze to the village chief and warned him, "By the way, village chief, you should evacuate from the mountains as soon as possible. It's no longer suitable for human habitation." Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 36, Uziyu's response. Spiritual energy monitoring satellite, Uziyu was filled with frustration and helplessness. In the depth of the canyon, Uziyu slowly lifted his gaze, looking at the dim starry sky. The thick fog couldn't obstruct his vision. The deep, dark night sky, veiled by dark clouds, with dim rays of light piercing through the gaps, resembled a tranquil deep sea undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. However, it was this night sky that kept Uziyu restless for a long time. A satellite. It was a distant term in his memories. But at this moment, it suddenly appeared before him and was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. What can I do now? Uziyu had considered various possibilities, but he had never imagined that humans had already developed devices to detect spiritual energy and even launched them into outer space as satellites. Hiya! Currently, Uziyu's emotions were raging like 10,000 galloping horses in the wild, and he felt extremely helpless. If allowed, he really wanted to shoot an arrow into the sky, destroying that satellite thousands of kilometers away in outer space. But as matter of fact, let alone being allowed, he could not even touch that satellite. Now all he could do was wait. Wait for humans to find him. And then transport him to a secret base. If he was lucky, he would not get dissected and they would just extract his life essence every day. Of course, if he was down on his luck, humans just might kill the golden goose to get the golden egg, dissecting it directly to conduct further research. As this thought crossed Uziyu's mind, his heart was gripped with worries tighter and tighter. There's no solution. I can't think of one. Faced with the sudden appearance of the spiritual energy monitoring satellite, Uziyu was at a loss for a while. After all, he was just a willow tree. As a tree, he could not run under the setting sun. In other words, apart from waiting for the humans to find him, he really had no way out. At this moment, sensing Uziyu's sudden despondent mood. Asterisk screech. Screech. Asterisk the 8 peregrine falcon left their nest and soared into the sky, screeching. Asterisk screech. Screech. Asterisk then the 8 peregrine falcons started circling around Uziyu's main body, seemingly lamenting. Birds understood emotions and they could comprehend Uziyu's current state of mind. I'm fine. Uziyu extended his branches as if trying to play with the falcons, but halfway through, he retracted them. He was in no mood to play with them. He felt as if a heavy boulder was weighing on his heart. There should be a solution. There should be. Repeatedly murmuring to himself, Uziyu suppressed his inner turmoil and sunk deep in thoughts. Based on the current situation, the spiritual energy monitoring satellite can only detect anomalies in spiritual energy in certain areas. It can't capture the specific details. Otherwise, just these many people would not have come for an on-site inspection. Such a small team would be eliminated by a few lashes of my branches. If he were to use his roots, Uziyu could even instantly strangle them to death. But at this moment, Uziyu must understand the principles of how the spiritual energy sensors worked in order to avoid or even counter them. Of course, there was one more thing to consider. Whether he could deceive the group of soldiers who were going to be conducting the on-site inspection. If he could deceive these soldiers and counter the spiritual energy monitoring satellite, Uziyu's safety would then be truly ensured. With these thoughts in mind, Uziyu turned his gaze to the nearby Qing Air and ordered in a serious tone, "Qing Air, try to ask about the specifics of the spiritual energy monitoring satellite." Hearing his rare serious tone, Qing Er repeatedly nodded as her eyes flickered with determination. Yes, master. After responding, Qing Er's consciousness once again sank into the depths of her soul. After a short while, Qing Er's lips parted as she recounted what she had learnt. The spiritual energy monitoring satellite is just a simple device that measures the concentration of spiritual energy in a given area. And based on the different concentrations in a given area, we can take preventive measures in advance. For example, like right now, our on-site inspections here serves two purposes. First, to evacuate the population, and second, to confirm whether it's just an abnormal concentration of spiritual energy in the region or the birth of a powerful mutant beast. It detects the spiritual energy concentration in a region. In other words, they haven't detected me yet. Listening to Qing Er's recount, Yuziyu carefully analyzed. Phew. Yuziyu let out a long, deep breath, feeling slightly relieved. Fortunately, things haven't reached the worst-case scenario. If they are not sure, then I still have a chance. But, from now on, I need to be extremely wary of the spiritual energy sensors in outer space. After some thought, Yuziyu decided to start with the turtle breathe technique that he had used to sneak attack the giant golden eagle last time. At that time, he had tightly suppressed his breathing, which in turn concealed most of his aura, which in turn caused the giant golden eagle to make a wrong judgment. If I could develop it as an ability and even strengthen it, perhaps I could really avoid detection by the spiritual energy monitoring satellite. Thinking of this, Yuziyu's consciousness sunk deep into his mind. I need this as one of my abilities, like the shroud of mist constantly permeating into the surroundings. Wait, mist? Yuziyu was suddenly stupefied, struck with a sudden realization. I had overlooked another power of the shroud of mist, concealment. Oh, could this be the materialization of my self-created turtle breathe technique? Yuziyu could not help but complain. For the first time he actively mobilized the mist permeating his surroundings. Whoosh, the mist suddenly started swirling like a tornado, kicking up a cloud of dust in the air. A powerful wave of wind swept through the canyon. At the same time, the invisible pressure that had enveloped the entire canyon was slowly dissipating, until it had reached a level that was difficult to perceive. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 37, Anomaly. This feeling, sensing his faint breath, similar to when he held his breath, Yuziyu was a little satisfied. The mist, following his will, had obscured most of his aura. However, he was unsure if this would be enough to deceive the spiritual energy sensors. Spiritual energy monitoring satellite was just one of them. After all, it had a wide range of search capabilities. He was afraid that the field investigators might carry sophisticated instruments. However, after a moment, Yuziyu shook his head as if he realized something. The field investigators might carry sophisticated instruments. Though I have not fully grown yet, that does not mean I am completely afraid of them. If they really carry sophisticated instruments with them and detect my presence, I do not mind going on a killing spree before I get discovered. Having set his mind, a rare trace of killing intent surged in Yuziyu's heart. Asterisk swish. Swish. Asterisk his branches swiftly swished through the air. The entire canyon could not help but tremble. Right then. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a low roar suddenly came from the nearby ground. Looking toward the source, Yuziyu saw the honey badger crawl out of his burrow and start growling within the cage, glaring at his body. Faintly, it began to sharpen its claws as if it was provoking Yuziyu. Well, Yuziyu was a little dumbfounded. He could not understand how this little critter suddenly became so bold. Could it be, as if he had realized something, Yuziyu suddenly looked around? As expected, the white crane that had not been trained yet had slowly spread its white wings. Even the golden monkey on the treetop seemed to be getting restless, baring its teeth. Is that so? With a cold smile in his heart, Yuziyu figured out the reason. It was because after he had concealed his aura with the mist, the oppressive pressure that had been weighing on these mutant beasts had gradually dissipated. As a result, these mutant beasts, which had not been tamed yet, naturally revealed their unruly side. Umph. With a cold snort, Yuziyu's branch suddenly cut through the air. Asterisk whip. Asterisk accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, honey badger, who had crawled out of his burrow a while ago and bared its teeth, was suddenly sent flying. Asterisk roar. Asterisk growling. The injured honey badger struggled to stand up as a trace of confusion flickered in the depths of his eyes. It could not understand why this tree, whose aura had dissipated, possessed such fearsome strength. You guys, helplessly sighing in his heart, Yuziyu looked around with a cold gaze. Then he shifted his gaze back to the nearby honey badger, whose mouth was bleeding, and Yuziyu's eyes flickered with an intelligent gleam. Perhaps this could work. After thinking for a moment, Yuziyu's branch suddenly twirled through the air and suddenly lifted honey badger from the ground. Then, before honey badger could react, a drop of rich life essence dripped on it. Roar? Honey badger let out a terrified growl. Its fur slowly grew and stood up like a porcupine's spines. At the same time, its claws also began to slowly grow bigger and sharper. Its claws had reached the length of 1/2 meter, and its edges glinted with a chilling gleam. Don't let those guys enter the mountains. Like a whisper from the devil, Yuziyu's voice rang in Honey Badger's mind as he activated the hallucinogen ability. The sky was gray, adorned with a few remaining stars, while the ground was shrouded in a veil of gray fog. It was completely quiet except for the occasional insects in the grass. Tap tap tap, accompanied by the sound of faint footsteps. A dozen heavily armed soldiers slowly entered the mountains. It was early morning, perfect timing to enter the mountains. Evolution begins with a big tree. Chapter 38, Crisis Strikes. The mist was a little peculiar. After walking for nearly half an hour, Yan Gaoyuan heaved a feint, touching the large tree beside him. Dismayed, he found the same mark he had deliberately left on a tree half an hour ago. As expected, we've unknowingly returned to our original position. Yan Gaoyuan sighed and looked back at the team trailing behind him. Although the visibility was poor, he could keenly sense the unease in them. After all, many of them were new recruits. They were finding it hard to cope with the strange situation before them. Moreover, and more importantly, whether it was an illusion or what, he always felt that a pair of eyes were watching them from somewhere within the fog. How perceptive! Yuziyu, who was observing the group from afar through the dense fog, frowned upon sensing the vigilance of the young man leading the group. According to Qing Er, this guy should be Yan Gaoyuan. A superhuman, one with an extraordinary identity. Yuziyu let out a cold snort, but he did not take him seriously. His abilities, Shroud of Mist, combined with hallucinogen, could mislead these people without them noticing. And this was making them vigilant. If they exited the mountains in light of this, that would be a whole lot better. But if they did not, then he would have no choice but to resort to violent means. At that time, it won't matter if he is Yan Gaoyuan or not. Unknowingly, several more hours had passed. Deep within the mountains, the team led by Yan Gaoyuan finally managed to break out of the strange loop, and was now continuing on their way deeper into the mountains. However, what they did not know was that within the thick fog, there were pairs of gleaming green eyes staring at them. At the same time, there was also a pair of crimson eyes filled with madness, seemingly suppressing something. Storm wolves as well as a honey badger. Naturally, storm wolves were following Yuziyu's command to obstruct this group, while honey badger was Yuziyu's final trump card. For this, Yuziyu had sacrificed 3 drops of his life essence to forcefully evolve the honey badger. In terms of combat power alone, it had far surpassed Storm Wolf's ability to unleash wind blades. However, as a consequence, Yuziyu held no worries about honey badger's life or death. Using his hallucinogen ability, he had brainwashed the honey badger. After all, it was known that honey badgers were extremely vindictive. And now, in its brainwashed memories, the team led by Yan Gaoyuan was its greatest enemy. Growl. The honey badger finally could not hold itself any longer and suddenly charged down with a growl, charging toward the foot of the mountain. At the same time, howls of wolves suddenly echoed through the mountain forest. Wolves were the most fearsome hunters in the depths of the mountains. And now, when their howls echoed in the forest, not to mention others, even Yan Gaoyuan and his team, who were quite far away from the wolves, could not help but feel a chill run down their back, finding the forest a little creepy and terrifying. Did you hear that? Gulping in nervousness, a soldier suddenly asked. No. It can't be. As if he had thought of something unbelievable, another soldier also became incredibly tense. Exhaling a long deep breath, the colonel looked at Yan Gaoyuan and nodded, stating in a grim voice, "If I'm not wrong, it should be a pack of wolves. but I won't know if it's a pack of mutant ones or regular ones." Saying this, the colonel swept a gaze at this meant and cautioned them, "Hold on tight to your weapons, we can't afford to let your guard down." "Yes, sir." Raising the machine gun in his hand, a dark-skinned soldier smiled. Time always passes slowly in a state of alert. Everyone was wiping the cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The soldiers became more and more cautious. They were startling at every step. Suddenly, a cry of surprise shattered the dead silence. Everyone's face drastically changed. Yen Gao Yuan instinctively circulated his spiritual energy. But the next moment, Yen Gao Yuan and even the colonel's face turned dark with dismay, finding that the new recruit had merely stepped into a pit. Be that as it may, they did not reprimand him. Because at this moment, not only this soldier but every soldier's nerves were taut. The dense fog permeating in the mountains seemed to be bearing an indescribable sense of oppression, constantly pressuring their nerves. It has begun. In the distance, Yuziu seated deep in the canyon slightly narrowed his eyes. Immediately after, a miserable cry echoed throughout the entire mountain. No, with an extremely piercing and painful scream, a soldier's arm flew into the air. At the same time, a spout of blood shot up in the sky. Looking up, they saw a green streak of light whooshing through the air, cutting the soldier's arm. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Amidst the continuous cries of alarm, each and every soldier picked up their weapons. Immediately after. Bang, 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 star. A spray of bullets poured out like rain as muzzle flashes flickered in the dense fog. A howl came from the fog as a giant wolf, the size of a calf, pounced toward one of the soldiers. What was even more hair-raising was the green glow surging in its jaws. Run! With a roar, Yen Gao Yuan, surrounded by surging spiritual energy, decisively pushed away one of the soldiers beside him. Immediately after, he followed up with a whip kick, bang. With a deafening bang, the fog rolled back. At the same time, the giant green wolf was sent back flying, whimpering. Yen Gao Yuan took a deep breath, but he did not have the time to assess the casualties on the battlefield. Because at that moment, the fog engulfed their vision, and strangely, even the trees had turned into menacing monsters. This fog. Muttering to himself, a sense of worry weighed down on the young man's heart, an uncommon occurrence for him. Vaguely, he had a nagging feeling that this fog was alive. But he found it completely impossible. But he did not have the time to contemplate on it as screams kept coming from within the fog, one after another. At the same time, a strong nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 39, Intermediate Level Mutant Beast. Intermediate Level Mutant Beast? Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations that were no weaker than his own, Yen Gao Yuan's expression drastically changed. An intermediate level mutant beast possessed a peak spiritual energy ranging from 4,000 to 6,000. It could ignore most bullets and rockets. Its formidable combat power was terrifying enough to threaten a fully armed squad. Although Yen Gao Yuan was one of the most outstanding superhumans in the country, he was currently at the intermediate levels. In the face of mutant beasts of the same level that were born from piles of corpses and a sea of blood, humans had always been at a disadvantage. It was worth mentioning that intermediate level was just a preliminary classification of strength created by humans. Apart from intermediate level, there were low level and high level as well. Low level referred to a peak spiritual energy of around 1,000 to 3,000. Beings at this level had surpassed ordinary individuals and possessed significant enhanced abilities in all aspects. The high level, on the other hand, corresponded to a peak spiritual energy ranging from 7,000 to 9,000. Beings at this level had the strength to tear through alloys and possessed speeds that were difficult to follow with normal human eyes. They were true war machines. In other words, a high-level mutant beast was capable of threatening the safety of an entire city. Imagine a beast so fast that it was difficult for the normal eye to reach, and so strong that it was capable of tearing through metal, appearing in the city. That scene was too terrifying to even contemplate. However, that was not the most terrifying part. What was even more terrifying was there was a level beyond high level, the so-called transcendent levels. Unfortunately, humans had had very little contact with transcendent beings. The information they had was insufficient to describe such entities. We're in deep trouble. Yen Gaoyuan's pupils shrank slightly as he instinctively used spiritual energy to protect his vital areas. An intermediate-level mutant beast was scary enough to make anyone's scalp tingle, including himself. At this moment, the only thing he could hope for was that this intermediate-level mutant beast was not a large predator like a lion, tiger, or leopard. Otherwise, its danger level would increase by a level or two. But the next moment, Yen Gaoyuan's pupils fiercely contracted as if he had discovered something. Much to his surprise, it was a very famous animal. Looking at its snow-white fur standing up like a hedgehog, its bloodshot eyes, and its size several times bigger than normal, Yen Gaoyuan's face drastically changed. A mutant honey badger? Taken aback, Yen Gaoyuan quickly retreated. With a thud, its sharp claws landed on a tree next to Yen Gaoyuan, which was as thick as a water bucket. Before Yen Gaoyuan could react, the tree, as thick as a water bucket, was split in half diagonally, revealing a smooth-cut surface. This is no longer just trouble. We are in deep shit. A wry smile appeared on Yen Gaoyuan's lips. Nonetheless, his right foot kicked the ground, sending a powerful tremor, as his bow shot toward the mutant honey badger like a cannonball. A battle was inevitable. He could not avoid it. Now, all Yen Gaoyuan could hope for was to repel this mutant honey badger and safely lead everyone out of this damned misty mountain. After a short while in the forest, cough, cough, covering his chest, a figure stumbled out of the dense forest. Trailing behind him were several figures supporting each other. We can't rest here. Spurting a mouthful of blood, Yen Gaoyuan looked back toward the depths of the mountains and reminded everyone. Regardless of whether his existence was exposed or not, just the fog and the numerous mutant beasts hiding within it should be enough to deter some people and prevent them from daring to venture here again. As for whether humans would use weapons of mass destruction to clear this mountain range, in theory it should be impossible. After all, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, there were abundance of mountains like the ones where Wuxia was residing. Until humans were completely sure that a transcendent creature was hidden in these mountains, Wuxia believed that humans that he knew of did not have the audacity to employ weapons of mass destruction. Wuxia's goal was to utilize these relatively powerful mutant beasts to drive away any potential threats without revealing his own existence. This way he could hide behind the scenes and develop in peace. After giving his plan a serious contemplation, Wuxia did not find anything amiss in his plan. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter should come to a close in the near future. At present, Wuxia only sought stability. As for whether he would be discovered in the future, it was not something he could consider at the moment. He had done everything possible and now he must leave the rest to fate. Evolution begins with a big tree, Chapter 40, Flame Queen. Ling Air. However, upon reflection, Wuxia felt that he had gained quite a lot from this experience. After all, he had deeply embedded a valuable piece within the human ranks. Thinking of this, Wuxia softly called out, "Qing Er, how are you doing now?" After a moment of silent contemplation, the figure in white leaning against his trunk pouted and complained, "I got in a car, and have been bouncing up and down until now." Saying so, Qing Er expressed her dissatisfaction. "Master, do I really have to control this body the whole time?" "Yes." Smiling, Wuxia's voice was filled with a sense of pride. Even he had not expected that the girl called He Ling Er would actually accidentally awaken elemental talent, and would later catch the eyes of the leader of this team, Yen Gaoyuan, who specifically requested her to be sent to that mysterious department. What did that mean? As long as he devotedly cultivated Qing Er, it would give birth to an excellent chess piece. By then, he would be able to gain knowledge about various human affairs through Qing Er. Moreover, he had already confirmed with Qing Er. Currently, she could control that body for more than 10 hours at once. And when Qing Er was not in control of it, that body would enter a state of sleep. This way, a cycle could be formed, allowing Ling Er's body to have a normal daily routine like a normal human. Looking at Qing Er, who seemed a bit reluctant, Wuxia also understood. As far as Qing Er was concerned, controlling that body was quite burdensome. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yu Ziyu stated with a smile, "Qing Air, as a reward, I will provide you some life essence regularly." Really? Her eyes widened as Qing Air suddenly let out a cry in joy. "I keep my promises." "Yeah. Thank you, master, thank you." Dancing in joy, Qing Air, dressed in white dress, revealed a genuine smile on her face. Life essence was a very important and precious treasure for her. It could accelerate her evolution and nourish her soul at the same time. It could be said that this kind of treasure held an extraordinary appeal for her. Meanwhile, as Qing Air was joyfully dancing, two fully armed Special Forces soldiers in the back of an armored vehicle on an unmetalled road looked at the little girl who suddenly fell asleep again, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Is this little girl narcoleptic? Why is she always sleeping day and night? Sleeping is fine, but the problem is that she always falls asleep without any warning. Yeah. A rare silence fell between the two soldiers as a helpless look blanketed their faces. After a moment, as if they had thought of something, the two glanced at each other before they both noticed a mischievous gleam in the depths of their eyes. It had been a long time since they've seen such a pure and innocent little girl. Moreover, according to Boss Yen, this little girl has exceptional talent. If nothing unexpected happened to her, the genius camp would have another monster. I've even thought of her future title, idle and bored, one of the Special Forces soldiers joked. What is it? Sleeping Beauty? Sleeping Beauty is a bit too much. I think we should call her Flame Queen. It sounds nice. Flame Queen? This title has some substance. Hey bro, you really like Ling Air, don't you? Other than a playful grin, the Special Forces soldier remained silent. However, the faint flickering gleam in his eyes seemed to convey something. Moon had risen in the sky. The air was damp and moist. Several hours had passed since the departure of the humans. At this moment, Yu Ziyu suddenly raised his eyes as if he had sensed something. Through the thick mist, he saw 4 giant green wolves limping toward him. Their bodies were covered in wounds of different sizes, which were still bleeding. This gave them a particularly ferocious appearance. The leader of the pack, the storm wolf, had something resembling prey in its mouth. On a closer look, it turned out to be Honey Badger, who was several times bigger than before. However, at this moment Honey Badger's condition was not looking good. Its entire body was riddled with wounds. Some vital areas even had fist-sized depressions. What was even more alarming was the wound at its abdomen, which looked as if something had penetrated there. Blood was continuously flowing out. With a low growl, Honey Badger tried to struggle free as his eyes fixedly stared in a certain direction. This time you guys have really worked hard. Yu Ziyu heaved a sigh. He could not help but feel a little sorry. The storm wolves were still fine. They could withstand human gunfire, and had only suffered some minor injuries at most. However, the Honey Badger, whom he had tricked, and the man named Yen Gao Yuan, had truly suffered greatly. Especially when it was hit head-on by a human armor-piercing rocket, leaving it with just a breath of life. However, even in such a state, the vindictive Honey Badger still refused to leave. Its crimson eyes were filled with madness. If it were not for the storm wolf, which had high intelligence and took the advantage of dense fog to bite onto it, promptly retreating from the battlefield, Honey Badger would have most likely died in the battle. Sighing, numerous branches from Yu Ziyu slowly extended toward Honey Badger. Then, countless branches intertwined to form a giant hand that took Honey Badger from the mouth of the storm wolf, as if cradling it in its arms. Growl, lifting its head, Honey Badger looked at Yu Ziyu's branches and let out low growls, continuously struggling to get free. But with its severe injuries, each of its growls sounded more like cries of agony than anything else, more painful than the last. Don't move. Conveying a message through the branch, regardless of whether Honey Badger could understand or not, Yu Ziyu had tightly bound it layer by layer with his branches. Then, like agile tentacles, the branches entered Honey Badger's wounds. Honey Badger continued to growl in anger. But the next moment, an intense bout of pain hit it as its entire body began to tremble. Just hold on a little longer, whispering softly, Yu Ziyu used the branches to remove the rocket fragments from Honey Badger's body. One by one, bloody fragments of bullets and rockets were pulled out of Honey Badger. Some fragments were even lodged in its bones. If they were not removed, Honey Badger's injuries would be extremely difficult to heal. Fortunately, Honey Badger was a mutant beast. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have died long ago. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.